What's up and welcome back to another unboxing review with GizmoSlipTech. Today we've got the Zephyrus M16, which is one of the most popular laptops that you can buy today. It's just got a lot of great premium features that people really seem to like. We got Windows Hello, high quality display. It's fairly thin and portable with pretty good ports and decent-ish value, but it's certainly not the best bang for the buck laptop out there. But it comes with quite a few features that you don't normally get with the majority of laptops. So in today's unboxing review, we've got a ton of different things that we're going to be taking a look at. We're going to start out by comparing the value of this laptop with the other laptops in the market, both for the 4070s and the potential 4080s that you could buy instead of a 4070 version. And we're going to look at the different models of the Zephyrus M16 as well, because there's three different major models with a 4070, 4080, and 4090. Now, so we've got, we're going to be taking a look at the unboxing experience. We're going to look at the power adapter. We're going to check the quality of the laptop for, any broken keys, laptop flex test, Hinge quality. We're going to analyze and review the ports. We're going to look at how high quality the ports are or not. We're going to check webcam quality. We're going to test Windows Hello, and this does have Windows Hello, which is great. We're going to test the keyboard and mouse, look at the backlighting options. We're going to test the display, both the color gamut, the brightness, and the contrast. Speaker test. This should have some pretty good speakers on it. And we have a decibel meter for that, as well as the fan noise testing. So fan noise in this, I expect to be fairly loud. Usually thinner laptops that have high power components can really crank the fan noise in order to keep those things cool on the inside. Then we're going to do some synthetic testing with Cinebench R23 and TimeSpy to test the CPU and GPU. And then we've got 10 games we're going to be testing, and then we're going to do a summary of everything about this laptop. Now, there will be timestamps in the description down below, but they're not going to be in there right away. It's going to take a little while, usually a day or two, for us to type them up because they're complex, lots of topics today. And then in addition, we're also, I didn't mention, but we're going to enter and review the BIOS. That's something I want to add to the laptop. And we're also going to take the laptop apart. Where is that? Did I not put that into here? I better make sure that we have that in here. We need to laptop. Move bottom and internal analysis. There we go. All right. So, so we're going to do just about everything you could possibly know about this laptop, almost, pretty much. Now, I see quite a few people in chat. Let's go ahead and answer a couple of chat questions before we get into the comparison and value analysis. LSP says, hope no internet crash this time. I hope so too. I think it was related to my VPN, actually. So hopefully that's fixed, because I have no VPN right now. If we do run into bitrate dropping, I may also try to use a wired cable next time instead of the Wi-Fi. Eclectic said, what would be the best value laptop with a 4080 and 4090? Probably the Omen 17 or the Legion Pro 7i right now are probably the best value. Maybe the MSI GP68 Vector as well. Both of those, all of those can get a 4080 around the $1,900 to $2,100 price point, depending on the sales and what specs you put in with it. And there is a, this is my laptop spreadsheet here. This has all of the best deals right now that you can possibly get. And so, yeah, like right here, you got the MSI Vector 4080 for $1,849. The Omen 17 4080 right now is $1,829 with a QHD 240 hertz display. So, I mean, if you're looking for a 4080 with the best value, this is it right now. And I did really like the Omen 17 when I reviewed it as well. Good ports, overall, really nice system for the money. So getting back to the chat questions before we continue into the value analysis, Mosher Ahmed says, hey Giz, hope you're doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm purchasing from Best Buy. Should I consider buying it, or should I go for something else in this budget? For which one? Are you talking about this laptop? I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but Best Buy is usually a great place to buy from. Speaking of which, Best Buy did send over this Zephyrus M16 for me to check out, but this video is not officially sponsored by Best Buy or anything. They're not checking this video. I can say whatever I want. There's no editorial. This is a completely honest review, but there are links in the description that do help support me as a content creator. I link to every laptop I review, so I think it's pretty fair to do that. And I try to be as unbiased and honest and for the customer, for the consumer as I possibly can be. Basil says, I did not buy it yet, but for sure I will go for AMD as the battery life, but I need it for university. Yeah, AMD usually has better battery life unless you're getting like one of the 12 or 16 core AMD chips. Those don't have necessarily great battery life. But the 8 core Ryzen chips do usually have pretty dang good battery life. Exotic says, this laptop is I wanted you to review. Yeah, this is one of the ones that a lot of people were asking for a review, so I'm really excited to check it out. Raviki says, you have the best live reviews. Well done for your dedication. Thanks, Raviki. Okay, let's continue into the value analysis. So, like I said, there's a link in the description to my ranked list for all 2023 gaming laptops. There's a top deals section. This covers the very best deals currently on the market, with RTX 4050s right now going as low as $649 in the GF63. Not an amazing deal necessarily, just because the display quality is not great here, but I mean, that's a lot of gaming performance for only $649. Gigabyte G5 4060 for $799. That's quite nice. Omen 16 4050 for $799. Delta 15. This has got the Radeon RX 6700M. And I mean, it's a nice display, 240 hertz full HD, and it's going to be able to play a lot of esports games quite well. But this laptop came out, what was it, about a year and a half ago or so. And it's not an amazing CPU. It's not necessarily an amazing GPU, but it's pretty good value still at $799. $699 is probably where I would say is the really good value for this one. So it might be just a little too pricey to be like, yeah, this is the way to go for sure. Stealth 15 4060 for $899, so a very portable laptop. Keep in mind there is, again, a lower quality display on this one. Legion Pro 5 for an RTX 4060 and a really nice Ryzen 7 8-core CPU for $899. That's a really, really good deal. And it's a QHD display too on that. Asus TUF F15 RTX 4070 right now for $999. Probably the best deal under $1,000 right now because you get a really good display, 1 terabyte SSD. It's really nice. Lenovo Lock 16, Ryzen 7 7840HS 4060. Not as good at a display. It's a little bit more money, but the CPU is better than the Asus TUF F15. And of course, the GPU is also not as good as making a 4060. Legion Slim 5 for $1049. Quite nice deal on this one as well. I did like the Slim 5 when I reviewed it. It seems like a little bit higher quality compared to like the Lock series, full-size SD card slot. A little bit more money though, typically. Now, stepping up to the Legion Pro 5 right now, it's on sale for $1269, and it's a Ryzen 7 7745HX, so latest gen CPU, RTX 4070, and the QHD 165 hertz display. So if you want a 4070 with a QHD display, this is a pretty good deal right now. Omen 17, this is where you're stepping up to the bigger, more monstrous RTX 4080, big performance jump going up to the 4080. This is the cheapest 4080 right now that we have on the list, I believe, at $1829. QHD 240 hertz, really phenomenal deal, and a really good CPU too with the i7 13700HX. MSI Vector GP68, another good deal. You get the i9 12900H, not HX, so not as many E-cores here. RTX 4080 in here, and the display is also not as good, right? It's a lower color gamut display. So in that sense, I would definitely recommend the Omen 17 over the GP68. But if the Omen 17 goes out of stock, this one is a pretty good option as well. Eluktronics Prometheus right now is on sale. I have not reviewed this one. but it does seem very promising. RTX 4080 i9 13900HX, which is a very nice 24-core 32-thread CPU with a nice QHD 240 Hz 500 nits display. I'm kind of curious to review this one, honestly. 1949 right now. That's an excellent deal all around. So definitely worth checking out. But like I said, I have not reviewed that one. I've reviewed almost all of these laptops that we've talked about so far in these deal sections this year, but just not some of them. There's a couple of them that I have not touched yet. Alienware M16. This has got the Ryzen 9 7845HX. I believe that's a 12-core, 24-thread CPU. RTX 4080. QHD 240 Hz, 100% DCI P3 color gamut, but it's not as high of a nits brightness display, so I think it's only like a little over 300 nits brightness. That said, $19.99, you get the Alienware build quality and RGB, like the Tron lights on the back. Some nice ports on this as well. So one to consider if you're looking for a Ryzen CPU, and it's currently on sale for $19.99. Alienwares typically cost a bit extra, but in this case, this is actually pretty reasonably priced from Alienware. So let's see, what other ones do we have in our top deal section? Oh, we got the Legion Pro 7i is on sale, 4080 version for $20.99. Really cool RGB lights on this one. And this is a pretty good sale because you got the i9 13900HX and a QHD 240 Hz 500 nits display. Not quite as good a deal as that Prometheus, but this one is still really, really good. I reviewed the Legion Pro 7i. I really liked it overall. Really high performance system for the money. Asus Strix G18 with the 13980HX, which is the best CPU from Intel this year. RTX 4080. And currently $300 off for $21.99. So really good deal on the Strix G18 right now as well. Okay, so let's talk Asus Zephyrus M16. All right, what is the 3 configs that you can get with the Zephyrus M16? Let me just go ahead and search this. So if I use my sheet here and I go to Zephyrus M16. Here are the 3 different models. You can see we have a 4090, 4080, and a 4070 version. The key difference, besides the GPU difference here, is the display has a mini LED display that boosts the brightness and the contrast on the 4080 and 4090 variants of this machine. Now, the one we're reviewing today is the Zephyrus M16 with the 4070. Now, this one does not have the mini LED display, so it's not 1100 nits brightness, but it's supposed to target close to 500 nits brightness as rated by Asus, and it should still be 100% DCI P3 color gamut as far as I know. So it's still a very good display, but just not quite as bright and contrasty. Now, when we get into the nitty gritty of this, you'll see that the i9 13900H that this laptop comes with is not the HX. So the HX version has 8 additional E cores, which really boosts multi-core performance. So that's the key difference between the i9 13900H and the 13900HX. In addition, HX CPUs are typically undervoltable. Well, the H series is not undervoltable. Undervolting this year can give 10 to 20% boost in performance when you undervolt. So huge difference in performance with undervolting, and that's just not accessible typically on the 13900H series CPU. And for that reason, I personally usually go with the HX processors, but I also am buying a little bit thicker machine. So by Asus choosing to go with the i9 13900H processor instead of the HX, it means that the laptop can be thinner and it can basically, it's not going to produce as much heat, and the power limit on the CPU probably also won't be as high as what it is on say the Strix Scar 16 with the HX processors. So overall, the Zephyrus M16 has a lot to offer from a laptop perspective. And I would say the number 1 competitor, or the top 3 competitors, with the Zephyrus M16. We got the Alienware X16. This has the HK processor in it. And of course, there's different variants of the Alienware X16. This is the highest end variant at $32.99. Not as good a display is probably the biggest downside if you went with the Alienware. Also, pricing can be pretty expensive with the Alienware lineup as well. Razer Blade 16 actually tends to overprice compared to the Zephyrus M16. The Blade 16, of course, Razer being the most expensive brand probably on the market right now for gaming laptops. And the 4090 i9 variant coming in at a whopping $4,299. And I really like this laptop. It's got the dual native 4K full HD display. But in general, I do prefer the QHD 240 hertz display on this laptop for most people out there. But if you're a professional, like video editor or graphic designer or something like that, having the additional resolution and then being able to switch into 240 hertz gaming mode, there's some advantages to that. Depending on if you're willing to restart the machine to go to switch your dual native display mode. Now, another option from Asus that is one of the best competitors with the Zephyrus M16 is the Zephyrus Duo 16, which has the Ryzen 9 7945HX and the RTX 4090. And this does have the mini LED display for QHD 240 Hz 1100 nits. $38.49 right now on sale for the Duo 16. I did review this laptop. The main downside to this laptop is there is no wrist rest. So if you end up using the laptop a lot in your lap, you're gonna have to get used to typing with no wrist rest, which feels really weird to me. If you use it on a table, it does come with a little wrist rest thing you can put right in front of this to give your wrist something to sit on. And in general, if you're going to use it on a table, I think it's really, really nice to have the dual displays for productivity, live streaming, or whatever. You can do your work up here and then have like a Netflix window down here with an email window over here or something like that. Duo 16 is really cool productivity option with the dual displays, but it's definitely not for everybody. But I just want to mention it because if you got more budget room to swing to a higher price point, it's certainly one to consider over the Zephyrus M16. Okay, so those are, I think, the best competitors and covers all of the top deals right now. Let's go ahead and move on to our next segment. Let me check chat really quick. Why haven't you received the Slim 7 yet? I don't have a contact at Lenovo to send me the Slim 7. I have to buy it with my own money. How soon do you recommend I upgrade my Legion 5? The highest demanding games I play are Star Wars, The Republic. Well, Ben Fitzpatrick, if you have a laptop that plays the games that you want to play at the frame rates you want to play it at, there's no reason to upgrade, right? But if there are games that you want to play and you just can't play them because it literally won't run, like Starfield probably on that laptop may not run at all, and that's the game you really want to play, that's a good reason to upgrade, I think. But really it comes down to, can you play the games you want to play on the laptop you have? If you can, then don't upgrade. Okay. Brett Allen says, didn't you do this? I have not reviewed the Zephyrus M16 yet. This is the first time this year. Some brands, HX undervolting is locked after updating BIOS. Yeah, Carrie Key. Sometimes your HX processors will not be undervoltable because the laptop manufacturer has locked down the BIOS. And so it's just going to depend on the laptop manufacturer. But from an Intel perspective, usually Intel does not let the H processors undervolt at all on any brand, where the HX processors, as long as the brand configures the BIOS to allow you to undervolt, you can usually undervolt in Windows or potentially in the BIOS. Depends on the laptop. Okay. Sweet. All right. I think that's good. Let's move into the unboxing phase. Okay, so we're on to the unbox the laptop, check out the power adapter. Let's do it. Switch to this cam. Very nice. Okay, so here's what the box looks like. Kind of a nice holographic effect right here with all the little pinholes. right, so when you open the box, it actually tilts the laptop up and out, which is kind of cool. So let's go ahead and pull the laptop out here. And I did unwrap this laptop and install all the games and everything that we'll be testing today. I think I actually put it back in the wrapping upside down. I think normally it doesn't have the wrapping like this. I just wanted to point that out, that I think I rewrapped it upside down. So it's a little bit classier normally. All right, so there is the laptop. Notice that it has this like hole punch pattern on the lid. And some of these Zephyrus M16s are gonna have an LED display, anime matrix display on the back. Now, you can either get the anime matrix display or you can get the mini LED display upgrade, but you cannot get both in the same laptop. Just because they can only make the laptop top so thick. Now, you'll notice there is this kind of shiny texture around the edge here. I like that. It's a nice classy extra you get on the Zephyrus M16. You don't get that on the G16, which is like the cheaper version of this, or like the AMD cheaper alternative. So I like that little kind of shiny effect along the lid. We've got a cloth fabric here that's on the keyboard. We'll set that up here. And we'll put the laptop to the side and we'll check out what else is in the box. So we've got a little envelope here. Let's go ahead and see what's inside. Okay, so congratulations on your Asus product purchase. Thanks for being a valued member. If you need warranty support, contact Best Buy at this number or Best Buy Geek Squad. All right. So basically, Best Buy is kind of like a support partner for Asus on this laptop. Here's a little quick start guide. See if I can get it to be in focus perfectly. So you can pause that and look at that if you want in detail, breaking down the different ports and everything, but we're going to do that as well here in a moment. All right, and then here is the guide to turning on the notebook. You'll obviously plug in the laptop and then turn it on. And then the warranty card. Now you can choose to fill out this warranty card, or you can just register it when you load into My Asus on the inside of the Windows application. So you don't have to do that, but this covers what the warranty. This goes over basically what is covered by the warranty. I believe it is a 12-month warranty. And I don't believe it has accidental protection on this. I don't believe. Yeah. Cool. All right, so those are all the little pamphlets in the center box area. Now let's go ahead and move on to see if what else is inside the box. I don't think there's anything in here. No, there's nothing in there. All right, and then in the right side over here, we've got our power brick and power adapter, or sorry, power adapter and power cable. We've got the Asus logo here with a little plastic cover on it. There was a plastic cover on this, but I had to take it off in order to plug in. So we have a 280 watt power brick here. And it is a pretty slim portable power brick, but notice that it's not the 330 watt that you'll get with the i9 HX chips or the 4080. So if you get the 4080 or 4090 laptop GPU, you may get a bigger power brick. Since we have the 4070 i9 H series, then 280 watts of power should be plenty to cover all of our wattage needs. And I like that they didn't give us a bigger power brick. It makes the whole system more portable when the power brick can be a little bit smaller. I mean, it's definitely a very portable power brick considering how powerful the laptop is. So I like that. That's one of the things that makes this laptop a little bit more portable. So there's some nice text as well on the lid here. Dare to be different, for those who dare, game on. I don't know, it's kind of cool. I like the Asus ROG branding that they have. Okay, so let's take a closer look at the laptop itself. All right. So going around the top, let's go ahead. Well, let's go ahead and do a little bit of Hinge testing. All right. So can you open it with one finger? Yes, you can. All right. So easy to open with one finger. The hinge also feels pretty stable overall. Like, it does obviously have some wobble to it when you let go, but like the actual rigidity of the hinge feels very good. Got a holographic, like metallic looking thing here for the Republic of Gamers, which is like kind of the gaming laptop division from Asus. And like I said, we've got the hole punch design of the laptop lid. I love this. I kind of wish that it had the holographic effect from the Zephyrus G15 and G14 from inside here, but it's just dark on the inside as far as I can tell. Yeah, there's no holographic effect from inside the pinholes. So you're only going to really be able to utilize this little pinhole effect if you get the Anime Matrix version of the laptop. So overall, like in your hands, this thing feels incredibly solid. It feels premium. It feels like well built. Obviously, this is a primarily plastic chassis, but it is, I think, a really high quality chassis despite its plasticness. So let's go ahead and do some flex test action. Starting in the right side, very little flex. Coming over to the middle here, still very little flex. Usually there's more flex here. They must have added, okay, so they've got a support going across the entire bottom. So there should be like basically no flex all across the whole front of the laptop. Let's see here, going into the middle keyboard area. Wow, there's still very little, there's still some flex, but this is definitely less than the Zephyrus G16. Is there? Oh, so there is another little support thing right here. Interesting. So I suppose that helps the rigidity of the laptop in the middle to prevent it from bending down as much. All right, so that's interesting. This is definitely more rigid, I think, than most thin laptops in particular. Most thin laptops are definitely more flexy over here by the keyboard in the spacebar area. The left wrist rest also minimal flex. I mean, I'm pressing pretty hard. Here's the most flexy part of the laptop so far, halfway along the upper left. At the top up here, some flex, but it's almost like I'm flexing the hinge. Like, see the display moving here? Going along the top middle, a little bit of flex here, but again, you're not going to push there hardly ever. Overall, this thing feels very solid for a thinner, more portable, lighter system. I feel like it's very well built. Now, I also want to mention from the hinge design perspective, this part of the hinge does lift the laptop up to help increase ventilation. So notice that when we bring this down, it will raise this up. It raises this up about a ½ inch or so, or quarter inch or so, just to have slightly more air intake in the bottom of the laptop. Not a huge difference, but it's just a little bit. So, all right. Very nice. So that's, let's see here. We're going to do, I guess, just a quick keyboard test. Looking for any keys that are not working perfectly. Any misaligned keycaps or anything like that. Everything feels good. Touchpad, glass touchpad here. Feels very smooth, and it's fairly large touchpad as well. I like the way it clicks overall. I think the click could still be sharper pretty much on all Windows gaming laptops. That said, this is about as good of a touchpad as you can possibly buy in a Windows gaming laptop currently. In terms of typing, this keyboard feels great. It types really well. It's not a mechanical keyboard. It's not too loud of a typer though, which is nice. It's more of a quiet, softer feel to it. The arrow keys are the smaller arrow keys, but at least they're not double fat on the left and right. And of course they do double as home and page up, page down. We're gonna go over the keyboard a little bit, and I'll demonstrate using the touchpad as well a little bit later. So I believe we're ready to take a look at the, internals of the laptop. Let's go ahead and take off the bottom here. I'm curious how hard this is going to be to get off. So we've got the iFixit toolkit, which is going to have everything that we need to take this thing apart. Link in the description if you need to pick up a toolkit for taking laptops apart. This is a magnetic rotating screwdriver, so it makes it really easy to collect the screws and take them out of the laptop. So we're just going to go around the laptop and set the screws down. Now keep in mind that Asus usually has one of these corner screws, usually this screw, back up a little bit. Usually this screw over here is a pop-up screw for taking the laptop apart. Basically it creates a little separation in the chassis. Now, one thing that Asus does that I do not like, and I think that they could really change, is they have these little rubber feet. I can't really see if I can. Let's see if I can give you a better angle on the rubber feet. See these? They have little rubber things that go over some of the screws here, right here. There's several of them. I'm not a big fan of the rubber feet. It's just something else to lose. And they don't really do anything for you. And it makes taking the laptop apart and putting it back together just a little bit more tedious, I guess, you know? So, yeah. To get these rubber things out, you probably need to use something like this. You don't want to use a metal screwdriver to get these rubber things out because it will damage your plastic finish. And honestly, I may still kind of scuff up the rubber foot thing just to get it out of here. Yeah. Come on. I usually don't want to use a metal. I might try to gently use a flathead to get in here because it is not coming up with anything else right now. God. What a pain in the butt getting these rubber feet up. Come on. Yeah, I probably would recommend just not even putting these rubber feet back in after you get them out, because there's basically no point. Yeah, it's not coming up. Oh, goodness. This thing is just literally coming apart before it comes out right now. Like, is this thing not designed to come out? I don't remember it being this hard to remove these last time. Got it, finally. No way. So is it actually not designed to be removed? Let me see. Is there a screwdriver? Or is there a screw down here? Yeah, there's a screw here. Okay. So there is a screw behind that. Did not love that experience. That was not a fun experience, trying to get that removed. So, and I am missing a screw now. Did I knock it off the table here? Yeah, I'm missing one screw. Okay, well, I'll have to keep an eye out for that screw. Oh, there it is. It's on my screwdriver. Okay, thank goodness. Okay. I was like, I lost a screw already. Okay, and it looks like we have 4 of those metal feet. And it looks like there may be rubber feet here as well that need to be removed. Timmy says, hello, dear friend. Happy to see a pretty laptop, not like those ugly MSI GE series. What? Huh? You're funny. Okay, so these ones make a little bit more sense, I guess, in terms of rubber bottom things. And yeah, they're a lot easier to remove. So there's 2 screws here. This screw does not want to come up. There it is. Okay. All right, looks like there's, wow, there's 4 more. There are 4 more little rubber feet I gotta take out here. Okay. All right, so we are just going to go ham on these rubber feet here. Just get them all out. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I really, like, it's really, really hard not to scratch the soft plastic. Last one, come on. Okay. There we go. Okay, so back to the table again. Okay, so there's a lot of, there's five little plastic rubber pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there are 2 bigger rubber pieces that were easy to take out. Wow. And there are a lot of screws that are different lengths, which is very important to keep separate. If you put a screw that is the wrong length, right? And like if you put a long screw in a hole that's designed for a short screw, you can put the screw into the motherboard or into the battery or something like that. So you got to be really careful to remember which screws go into which holes. So just to recap, the ones on the side here are medium length. The three in the middle here are shorter. The four screws in the front are shorter, but these front two middle ones are longer. So like these are the two longer ones for the front middle. This would be hard to remember. And these four back screws are longer as well. So the four back row screws are longer too. So now we're going to go ahead and do the pop-up screw. Hopefully this is a pop-up screw. Yes, it is. Okay, so this screw does not come out of the laptop. And so this created a little gap here that we can stick our pry tool inside of, just like this. See that? Now we're inside the gap, and now we can just bring this pry tool, we can bring the pry tool down and continue this gap. So that's very easy. Now that we got all the screws out, this thing appears to be very easy to take apart. I'm not having to work it hardly at all. The back section, though, is not really like the rear of the laptop. There we go. Bingo. And there it is. All right, excellent. Cool beans. There's the laptop. All right, so let's go ahead and set the laptop down and do some evaluation of the laptop itself. So, the Zephyrus M16 is a tri-fan design, meaning it has 3 fans, which is actually quite unusual for a thinner, lighter laptop. Most thinner laptops only have 2 fans. We do have the 2 bigger fans here and here, but we also have this third fan that's designed to move air from the center of the device out of the chassis. Now we have a 90 watt-hour battery. That's a surprisingly high amount of watt hours. It's pretty thick. And you can see Asus has really done a great job utilizing the space inside of this laptop to give you the most potential space. So we have our Wi-Fi card here. We have our SSD slot here. But we have a second M.2 that's raised just above the Wi-Fi here. So I really like that we have 2 M.2 slots in this laptop. In addition, we have access to our memory without flipping the motherboard this time. And we have 2 SODIMM slots here. This is a big improvement from the previous generation. And so that means there's no soldered on RAM here. Both slots are upgradable. That's really great. That again, that's pretty rare in the thinner, lighter laptop category to have 2 SODIMM slots. So that's awesome to see. Let's see here. What else do I want to point out? So obviously, let's evaluate the heat pipe system. And it is quite a doozy on the heat pipe system. Okay. Before we do the evaluation of the heat pipe, let's see if we can take a closer look at the SSD. I want to see the brand, if I can, of the SSD. So this is a Western Digital PCS N590 NVMe, 1 terabyte SSD. All right, and we've got this heat tape that's normally over that as well to help keep that in line with the temperatures. We have our RAM right here. It's a single stick of RAM. I'll take that out as well. There's an empty SODIMM slot on the other side. So just keep that in mind. Let's also, while I'm doing the close-up, let's go ahead and see the Wi-Fi here. Okay, so it's an Intel AX211NGW. And I believe it is Wi-Fi 6E, I believe, if I'm remembering the specs off the top of my head. So, very nice. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the RAM. I do recommend typically that you unplug the battery before removing RAM. This is a 16 gig stick. There we go. All right, so 16 gig stick. It looks like it's a Micron. That's, I believe, the Micron logo right there. 1RX8 PC5 4800. So this is rated at 4800. So like I know some of the Asus laptops had 5600 RAM in the laptop, but it was being ran at 4800. But this is actually 4800 RAM. So if you were to try to put this to 5600, you might be able to do that, but that would actually be overclocking the standard RAM speed. And this is a single-sided RAM stick. All right. So our RAM is reinserted. Let's take a closer look at the cooling system. So the cooling system design in this is really, I think, pretty unique in that they utilize all of these little air gap things. This helps direct the air and helps prevent the air from being pulled from an incorrect source. Basically, it, like, for example, this is the air intake for this fan. Notice all of these things right here. Means that the air is going to be taken from the outside of the system and not from the general air inside of the chassis, which is interesting. Then notice that the fan is actually blowing across everything, going out the back. So if I tilt this upright, you can see right here, it's kind of hard to see with the light. This is the exhaust of the fan, so air is being intaked from the outside of the chassis and is being shot across primarily the GPU here. So the air is coming up and going out to the back of the laptop. And so we have the RTX 4070 here with our VRM coverage for both the CPU and GPU here. We've got our i9 CPU. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot here on the camera. Let's switch that around. So we have the RTX 4070 here, and then we've got our i9 CPU right there. We got our VRM coverage right here with a metal plate being tied into these heat pipes here. And there are so many heat pipes in this system. See if I can get the camera to cover it all. It's an extremely complex heat pipe system, and this, I believe, has liquid metal as well. Let's see here, checking chat. Someone's mentioning single channel. Yeah, DDR5 is dual channel even with a single stick. That's correct. So this is 16 gigs of DDR5, 4800 memory, and it is ran in dual channel. So it's not having one stick is not going to negatively impact performance in that way, like it would with DDR4. That's something that's worth mentioning because it's very confusing to some people who are coming into the DDR5 category. So moving on to the evaluation, we've got four primary heat pipes here going over the GPU. Some of these are shared heat pipes going to the CPU though, right? So some of these continue on, at least these three continue on over to the CPU. So there's a lot of shared heat pipes in the system, which is really great because it means that the CPU and GPU can both ramp up to higher levels of wattage when you're in a primary GPU load or a primary CPU only load. And then if it's in a combined workload, it can distribute the heat as best as it possibly can throughout the system. So it's like clearly there's more heat pipes here for the GPU. Looks like there's dedicated heat pipes over here to the VRMs here. And I would say that the overall cooling, we've got 4 heat pipes going over the GPU in particular, only 3 going over the CPU. So there's going to be more cooling potential for the GPU, and the GPU typically should be more power hungry than the CPU in the vast majority of games, with the exception maybe being like Dead Space or very CPU bound games. So overall, an extremely efficient design from Asus in terms of space utilization. It's extremely efficient. A good watt-hour battery size, though I kind of wish it was 100 watt-hour. That'd be one way they could improve this, but that's kind of tough to necessarily say for sure. Now, there is the speakers here, downward firing speakers, but I believe there's also upward firing speakers on the other side of the motherboard that we cannot see, but I'm not sure. I believe this is a I think it's a 6 speaker system like it was last year, but that's just remembering off the top of my head. We'll see how they actually sound. That's what really matters. Of course, so just know that the speakers here may not be fully representative of the final audio of the device. Okay, so that's a good analysis of the inside. Let's go ahead and close up the system and get it going again. Okay, just making sure everything is good there. Battery is plugged in. All right. So let's go ahead and get the system popped back into place. I'm going to start with the back area, making sure the entire back is flush, because that was the hardest to get popped up. Then I'll move towards the front. And honestly, this is easier to do if you just pick up the system. And I'll flip the camera around. And I got to mention, astronaut reading a book shirt from Into the AM. If you're after some cool shirts, there's a 10% off coupon in the description down below. So we're just making sure everything is flush now. I believe we are fully popped together across the whole laptop. And now we can put the pop-up screw back into the system and re-screw in all of these screws. There are so many screws on this chassis. I think if there's any downside to how they designed the under part of this laptop, it's that they just made it really too many screws. I guess just lots and lots of screws. But maybe that's also a secret ingredient to how they got the laptop to be so rigid. It's very rare to have a laptop with a plastic chassis be this rigid. So, okay, this one goes in here. I just want to make sure that the long screws go in the correct hole. It's really what I'm focused on here initially. All right, now I'll go ahead and go in order. So while I'm screwing this up together, I'll tell you a little bit about that Alienware M18 driver issue that I ran into. So that Alienware M18 comes with the Radeon RX 7900M. And that's the most powerful laptop GPU from AMD this year that we've seen. And it I tested a few games. It did really well. And like Apex Legends, for example, it was doing 300 FPS very consistently. But the 1% lows were not as good. And there seemed to be some like kind of loading stuttery things going on. And that kind of made me believe that we probably have driver issues still, even in Apex Legends, even though it was running pretty well. Last of Us ran at over 100 FPS with ultra settings, but again, we had some stuttering issues because we have older drivers. So I tried to download the driver from AMD directly, and when I installed the AMD driver, a few seconds after the installation completed, the screen went black. And I'm like, what the heck? Why did the screen go black? And so that was very confusing and odd. I went ahead and just forced the system off. I thought maybe the driver crashed or something. I don't know. Hard to know what happened, right? So I restarted the system and I got to the Windows login and I'm like, it's working. The internal display is working. And I can see the Windows login. I type in my password. It like loads into Windows. And then about 5 to 7 seconds after loading into Windows, the screen goes black again. You're like, what the heck is going on? So I believe it's something driver related where once the AMD driver is like fully loaded in or something, it tries to display something that the display cannot support, like HDR mode, or maybe it's the 480 hertz refresh rate, or I don't know. I don't know what it is that's causing it to go out, but I spent a really long time on Alienware support, as well as uninstalling and reinstalling the driver. So in order to be able to uninstall and reinstall the driver, again, I had to use an external monitor. So I used the Mon Duo 16 external monitor to be able to have an external display. And the external displays were working fine. And it was detecting the internal display, but it would not display any image to the internal display. So using the external monitor, I went ahead and uninstalled the driver and reverted it back to the driver that is included from Alienware or on Dell's website. And it worked again. And I proceeded to try to upgrade the driver again to see if it was installed incorrectly, and it went black again. And then, yeah, so after about 5 hours or so of troubleshooting, trying to get the drivers to work, I called Alienware and spent an hour and a half with their technician, or an hour and 20 minutes or so. And they could not figure it out either. So, all right. So there is the laptop. We're ready to turn this puppy on, I think. Let me go ahead and get the laptop plugged in. All right, we're getting started. That's good. Can I get into the BIOS? We're in the BIOS, sweet. Let's do a quick overview of the BIOS. Getting all my tools put away here. Very nice. Okay. So, to get into the BIOS, we pressed F2. Now, when you're inside the BIOS, you can control it using the arrow keys. You can see me moving around the highlighted blue section. Or you can use the mouse and the touchpad. So I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. Um, Triton says, is the image distorted much when playing games at 1920 by 1200 on a 2560 by 1600p screen? You just lose detail primarily. It gets a little bit fuzzier. But yeah, it's still pretty dang usable unless you're looking pretty closely at the details. But typically speaking, it's probably better to run it at QHD resolution and then upscale using something like DLSS or FSR3. Okay, so notice that there is a boot menu down here in the bottom left. So if you need to boot from a USB or something. And I also want to point out that Windows updates and Asus updates automatically upgraded the BIOS to the latest version of 3.12. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to make sure the laptop was plugged in when I restarted the machine for Windows updates. Now, if we press F7, we can go into advanced mode. So here is the advanced mode right here. And let's see what options we have in here. You can see we got some language options, not much in the main section there. Asus Cloud Recovery. There's a few different things here. You can enable and disable hyperthreading. Display modes on dedicated GPU only mode, which is the ultimate version inside of Armory Crate, which is already turned on. You can activate or deactivate the performance cores and E-cores in here. So certain legacy applications may need to have the E-cores disabled, but typically that almost never happens. So notice that we are not seeing any kind of undervolting options in here, right? Yeah, there's no kind of undervolting section or anything like that. And that's, like I said, that's because we are not, we do not have an HX CPU in here. If you had an HX CPU in the Strix, you would be able to see that in the advanced area. Okay, so we're gonna discard changes and exit. I don't think we made any changes anyway, but that's the BIOS. It's pretty simple. There's not really much you have to do with it, and it's automatically updated with Windows Update, which has worked so far every time for me with all of my Asus laptops that I've reviewed as well as owned. So I like that. Okay. So that was Windows Hello that just logged me in. We have an IR camera up at the top. Notice there is no privacy shutter. Okay, there's no privacy shutter up here. A lot of the laptops this year have come with a privacy shutter that you can just bring across to block it. I mean, I suppose you could use a piece of tape or something. But yeah, there's no privacy shutter. Already you can see the display is nice. Like, it's got a good amount of contrast to the display and a nice display range as well. Like I said, it's supposed to be 500 nits rated and 100% DCI-P3 color gamut, if I remember correctly. So very nice display. And but just keep in mind, this is not the mini LED version. The mini LED version is like another 600 nits brightness, peak brightness, right? So extremely peaky brightness, but this is still very, very good. I think 500 nits is like close to the ideal range. Obviously 1100 is super bright, but 1100 is almost so bright you have to turn it down when you're indoors, okay? So let's go back to our overview, make sure I'm not skipping anything. We've removed the bottom, internal analysis. Now we're going to review the ports on this laptop and take a close look at... I'm grabbing the wrong mouse. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the ports of this machine. All right, so we've got two USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A's and one USB-C DisplayPort power delivery, and then one Thunderbolt 4 with DisplayPort power delivery. So both of the USB-Cs on this machine have power delivery. The HDMI is a 2.1 as well. So let's go ahead and take a look around the laptop. All right. So here is, I believe, our Thunderbolt 4, but let me just take a quick look at the other one. Yeah, so that's USB-C. Come on. There we go. All right, so we have a micro SD card slot, USB-C, a USB-A, and then a Kensington lock port. Now notice that there is a fan exhaust on the right side. There are two fan exhausts on the back of the laptop that go against the screen here. And then we also have a fan exhaust on the left side. And then we've got our Thunderbolt 4 here, HDMI 2.1, USB-A 3.2 Gen 2, and then our headphone combo port that's a microphone headset port that can do like the sound and the audio from a headphone. Our power adapter is located on the left near the back. I like the placement here. So what is missing from the port selection here? Well, we have no networking port on this laptop. All right. That's going to be a downside for a lot of people. But you can obviously get if you're like, using this in a work environment or something, you can get a Thunderbolt 4 dock or a USB-C dock that has a network port on it. So that really is not that big of a deal. There is only two USB-As and two USB-C types. One of those is a Thunderbolt 4. So that means there's only 4 total USBs, which I definitely prefer to have at least 5 total USBs with A and C combined. So that's a downside. We do not have a mini display port, and there is no full-size SD card slot. I feel like the micro SD card slot on a laptop like this really should be upgraded to a full-size SD card slot if they can do it, because this is going to be a very creator-focused laptop. A lot of creators are going to want to use this laptop for creating content. Great display. It's portable. It's thinner. It's lighter. It'd be great for content creation in general. But the fact that we do not have a full-size SD card slot is a downside, and very few professionals use micro SD cards for their work, because micro SD cards typically are not faster, for the ultra high level bit rate. Now, obviously, if you're more of a casual vlogger or whatever, that doesn't really matter, and micro SD cards will easily be able to handle your bit rates. But if you're trying to do like ProRes video footage and stuff like that, you typically need a faster UHS-2 SD card slot. So, okay. Boom. That is the port selection overview. I would say it's not terrible ports, but it's not great either. And let's go ahead and plug in my mouse. Okay, so I've got the Logitech G305 mouse that we'll be using. That's a Lightspeed mouse, which is nice because it's very low latency, which is good enough for gaming. We've got our USB-C SSD, which is going to provide all of our games for today. We have them installed on this SSD. It's also going to elevate the back of the laptop to increase airflow, which I do with all of the review laptops that I test. And then we are going to do a display test here, but I believe display test is next. I don't know, let's see here. What do we got here? Okay, check webcam quality. All right, so this is going to be interesting. Webcam quality is next. So, all right, actually, this seems like a small step up from most Asus laptops. We've got Lumix clearly outlined here. We've got a good amount of detail in my hairs on my beard. I wouldn't say the webcam is... I wouldn't say the webcam is the best quality, but it's like a decent 1080p webcam. And the colors on it, they don't look as good on the stream, but in person, they actually look pretty accurate to my studio lighting. I'm not sure if I can get it to be maybe a little bit less red looking on this camera, but yeah, to my eyes, it doesn't really look very red. So that's nice. All right, let's go and take a look at the picture here. All right, so looking at the detail on the hairs, you can see we got a good amount of detail in the hair here. My camera is pretty overexposed right now. It's kind of annoying to me that it's so overexposed. But I gotta say, it's a better than average webcam for sure. I don't know why it's so red. Why are you so red right now, camera? Like, my color balance is off, I think, on the on here. Let's see here. Man, it's been so long since I've really controlled this. Let's see here. GH5. There. Yeah. Okay. So that shows you the color so much more accurately on the display there. I don't know. It was like color punched or something. That shows you how good the webcam quality is. It's actually pretty decent webcam quality for a gaming laptop. Nice. I'd give it a 7 out of 10 overall. It still has room for improvement, but I would say it's better than most. Now, if we lock the laptop and we use Windows Hello, I'm gonna do it a couple times. Works pretty well. Windows Hello typically works well, but yeah, good performance for Windows Hello. We'll log you in quickly with the infrared cameras here, and yeah. You want me to record a video on the camera? All right, we'll do a quick like 10-second video. Hello, I am talking to the camera now on the webcam, and there it is. Hello. Hello, I am talking to the camera now on the webcam, and there it is. Hello. So yeah, that's not bad. Obviously, the audio, I could hear a little bit of system noise. I would typically not really recommend using onboard mics on laptops unless you're doing a quick Skype call or something. But yeah, all right. So there's your webcam analysis. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead and do a little more detailed breakdown on the keyboard and mouse. So as you can see, we have a backlit keyboard here. And the backlight right now I have set to static white, and it was really easy to do that. All I had to do was press FN plus the Aura key up here on F4, and this lets me cycle through the different RGB modes. So this is strobing, this is color cycle, this is the default mode right here. There's static mode, and you can set it to be static any color you want. So if you want it to be red or blue or whatever, you can set it to different colors. But right now I have it to static white, which I think looks the classiest. Now the overall backlight of the keyboard itself, I think could be brighter and higher quality. There's not quite perfect illumination around all of the keys and backlights. See if I can zoom in to show you what I mean. So like, man, the camera picks up the backlight a little bit better than my eyesight does. But it looks like the lighting to me with my eyesight, it looks a little bit uneven, you know? Like this F4, the 4 part of the F4 part, the 4 part is dimmer than the F part, which just translates to not quite as even and awesome looking backlight. I feel like the backlight itself could also just like get like, you know, just brighter, like more nits brightness in the LEDs. Quite frankly, the backlighting feels more budgety. It'll get the job done. You'll still be able to see the keyboard in a nighttime environment or whatever and be able to type on it. But to me, it's just not like the most premium looking keyboard backlight. That said, the keyboard layout is very functional for a 15-inch or 16-inch keyboard itself. So we got these arrow keys that are separated out that are easy to feel. And then we've got the escape key. Let's just go across all of the special function keys here at the top. We got the escape key, volume, mute, keyboard backlight down and up. And then F4 is Aura, which switches your keyboard backlights. You got your volume down, up, microphone mute, ROG launch key. So this will launch the Armory Crate software for you. Your fan profile key, which will switch between your different fan profiles for F5. F6 for your clipboard. So if you want to copy your screenshot, whatever's on your display. Display brightness up, down, your monitor screen switch to switch displays, trackpad disable, Windows sleep, airplane mode, and then your power button. And I believe that power button is not a fingerprint sensor. Yeah, it says right here, there is could not find a fingerprint scanner. So I know this used to have a fingerprint scanner on the power button, which is no longer the case. Okay, so your caps key does have a light as well. A little LED indicator if your caps lock is enabled, which is a nice little extra feature. Okay, so that pretty much covers everything related to the keyboard. Regarding the touchpad itself, it's a very smooth touchpad. You've got easy click across the whole touchpad, except the very top of the touchpad. It's a bit harder to click. You can right click right here. You can 2-finger tap. You can easily do 4-finger gestures, 3-finger gestures, left, right, up, down. Overall, it's a very nice touchpad and about as good as you can get on a gaming laptop these days. With the only exception maybe being a Razer touchpad. That might be the only gaming laptop touchpad that's might be noticeably better. Overall, good keyboard and mouse. Hard to complain. There's no number pad, obviously, but you're not going to find a number pad on any thin or light portable system. Pretty much. There might be a handful that are about the same weight and everything, but it's very, very rare. All right. It's time to evaluate the control software. All right. So this is Armory Crate, Asus's control software. This has a lot of functionality. Now, one criticism I would say of Asus's software products is that they have 2 sections of controlling the software. You have My Asus, which is another app, and this app is where you would upgrade your BIOS if it didn't upgrade automatically through Windows Hello or Windows updates. But you also have your battery care mode. So if you want to not run your battery at 100% juice all the time, This is the area where you would limit the capacity to only 80%. So you just flip this on and you would get it to 80% instead of resting at 100% all the time, which is better for the lithium ion battery, making it last arguably a lot longer, many more years of use rather than charging it to 100% all the time. I would recommend it. But that's the main thing I think this option should not be in the My Asus application. It should only be in everything related to hardware control should be in Armory Crate, in my opinion. Like this should be a button over here on the side over here for your battery percentage charging. Now, there are 4 primary profiles for performance. You have silent, performance, turbo, and manual, with manual mode being a configurable mode with lots of different like kind of overclocking options, fan profile curves, power limit adjustment, which is nice, easily accessible, and honestly, the primary thing that most users are going to want to change. Now, the overclock that this GPU can hit is only 50/100, which is not very good, which is probably one of the main reasons that you'd probably want to overclock the GPU with a third-party software. They usually, before they would let you do 100/200, which is a lot more reasonable. I don't know why they limited it only to 50/100. But you can adjust your dynamic boost and your thermal throttling target range. So if you want the laptop to run cooler, you could set this down to like, 82 degrees or 75 degrees, whatever, and it'll thermal throttle the GPU to prevent it from overheating. Now you have 3 fans to control. You have the CPU fan, the GPU fan, and the system fan. All right, so I just set all of the fans to run at maximum speed by doing that, moving it up on the left. But you can set this to have like a less aggressive fan curve so that you can set the exact audio acoustics that you want on your laptop, which is really, really nice. So the manual fan mode is really just useful for that primarily, I think, compared to turbo or performance mode. Like performance mode is kind of like a really not aggressive fan profile. Turbo mode is like a very aggressive fan profile mode. And obviously manual mode is just like cranking it. Or you can crank it, or you can like tune it to be exactly the audio acoustics that you want. So I like this Armory Crate software. It's very easy to use, very easy to control. Okay, so what other options do we have in here? Well, you've got some GPU stats, you got your CPU stats, and you also have some control buttons in here. You've got your GPU mode, which can be switched between standard, ultimate, eco, and optimized. And if you are in ultimate mode, that means that we are just using the dedicated GPU, the NVIDIA RTX 4070. There is no integrated GPU from the Intel CPU right now. It is only the NVIDIA GPU. Now, the standard mode, which is what you have to activate to be able to access eco and optimized mode, that allows you to actively switch between your dedicated GPU and your integrated GPU for better battery life or better performance. I do my testing in ultimate mode, but I don't necessarily recommend using ultimate mode because it probably will not improve your performance, and it just makes it more of a hassle to be able to have good battery life because you'll have to restart the machine to go back to standard mode. Now, the other options in here really are not that necessary to mess with. You can enable and disable. I guess for panel overdrive, you probably want that enabled, which should slightly improve your response rate of the display. You can disable Windows key, and you can enable or disable the Hertz power saver for your refresh rate on your display. So if you have this enabled, it'll switch your display down to 60 Hertz refresh rate when you're in battery mode. Otherwise, it's going to run at 240 Hertz for the refresh rate. All right, so overall, the main things you'll need to do is just change your power profile and then maybe switch your GPU mode those are pretty much the only settings you need to worry about in Armory Crate. You can change. Let's see here. I'm clicking on far in the left over here. There's a few other options in the menus here. Like there's a game launcher that you can set up for different games. This can, you know, it's really not a big deal, but like, for example, maybe you'll have it switch the lighting to be yellow when you open Cyberpunk. You could do that. You could also adjust the device lighting. So inside of here, if you want it to be static blue, this is where you would set it in the Aura Sync Aura Effects area. You could go static, and then you would want to single color, and then you just want to select, say, blue, and you hit OK. And now my keyboard should be blue. I guess this doesn't actively change what you're using in the moment. Interesting. I haven't messed with this before the live stream, so I'm just checking this out. Usually this is where you would set the colors that you want to change between, but I'd have to mess with this a little bit more. But basically, that's it. Armory Crate's very simple. It's very lightweight, and it's so far for me, it's been very reliable in terms of updating it. And okay, here's the lighting. Okay, here is the lighting. That was the Aura Sync. Aura Sync is where you would switch your I guess with other ROG devices. So right now we're in static. Let's change the color to blue. We'll press OK. Does it change the color for me? Does it not have other options for color? There it is. Okay. So now I change it to blue. Now we've got a blue keyboard. Hooray. Okay. So to access your keyboard backlights, it's just going to be inside of this little keyboard image icon in the top left over here. And then you'll click on Zephyrus M16. Then you go to the lighting section here. And then you can set what you want for your colors. So pretty simple overall interface. I like Armory Crate. It works well. It updates well, at least for laptops. I know desktops sometimes have some issues, but that's a different device, right? Okay, so very nice. LSP says advanced Asus users use GHelper. GHelper is a third-party application that some Asus fans basically put together. I believe, I'm not sure if it's open source or not, but my understanding is that it's a good application that a number of users use. I have not personally used it. Maybe it'd be worth testing out and doing a video on, though, because I know that it is pretty commonly used. Okay, we need to keep moving. Let's keep moving. It's time to do our display test. All right. Display test time. So we have the Spider 5 Elite that we'll be testing with. The main thing to keep in mind with this device is that it tends to underestimate the color gamut by about 8% compared to most other color checker tools, including the ones that the manufacturers typically use. Okay, and let's go ahead and set the place to maximum. Let's go ahead and launch this, and I'm gonna have to type in my code. Okay. Okay, let me switch to here so I can type in the code. Beautiful. Awesome. Cool. All right, we are at 100% brightness. Whew, that is bright. So that was the color gamut checking tool. And now we're going to do the color, the brightness contrast checker. Jake, am I allowed to ask a question? Yeah, go ahead, man. Hit me. Hit me with a question. Hopefully, try to keep the questions related to the Zephyrus M16, but yeah, hit me with any questions you have. Depending on how busy I am with the live stream, yeah, I'll try to answer. I try to answer as many questions as I can. Let me put it that way. It's okay. It's okay if it's unrelated. Just know that I'm going to prioritize related questions. Just because, you know, I try to keep the live stream focused around this laptop, so it's like a review of this laptop for as much of the time of this live stream as possible. But I do random Q&As too throughout when there's like downtime like this where I'm waiting. I like chatting about whatever. G-Helper supports how old of an Asus laptop, Baka? I'm not sure. I assume it's probably the more recent laptops only. Okay, so again, keep in mind the Spider 5 Elite tends to underestimate the color gamut by 7-8%. And looks like it did that again. 100% of sRGB, 89% of Adobe, 93% of the P3 color gamut. So with the underestimation, we're getting 100% of the P3 color gamut, which is excellent. 476 nits brightness, which is not quite the 500 nits brightness rated, but it's pretty dang close. 950 to 1 contrast ratio is about average for 2023 gaming laptops, but it's still pretty good. So the white point at 7800 is very pure white. Awesome. That's very good. Overall, that's a great display. I just kind of wish this was 25 nits brighter because they're claiming 500 nits brightness. And as far as I know, my color checker tool is actually pretty accurate in terms of brightness checking. So that would be the only downside about this display, but this is going to be a great display for content creation, great display for gaming. And let's do a backlight bleed test real quick. And a quick example of doing. I don't think I'll be able to get this turned off. Okay, we'll just turn this off down here. All right, got it turned off. Okay, and like that. All right. And I'll turn this off and this off. And yeah. There is very, very little backlight bleed on this laptop. I'm not really seeing any highlight points where it's getting overwhelming or anything. Like I know kind of on the display, it kind of looks like there's a little bit maybe up here, but not really. Like the Alienware M18 that I have in has noticeable backlight bleed in multiple spots, but I'm not really noticing almost any backlight bleed on this display. A++ in terms of backlight bleed on typical versus typical laptops out there. So that's nice. All right, and then let's go ahead and do a quick color example for you guys. Very, very colorful display. Giving us great all-around color range, accuracy. No real bloom. It's just not quite perfect blacks. It's kind of a little bit grayish in some of the black areas, not as contrasty or punchy as you would get with a mini LED display version. But still, really great image quality for colors and all of that. So I really like this display. It's hard to say it's bad in any way. The nice thing about this display compared to the mini LED version is that this is going to have a lot less bloom. Mini LEDs use LEDs going in the back of the display to increase the brightness, can cause bloom when a bright object is in front of a dark background, causing kind of a halo effect around the bright object. So in that sense, that's the only advantage this laptop would have in terms of display quality. Let's see here. Next up is speaker test. Okay, speaker test time. Wow. I'm gonna have to turn down the brightness of the display so we can see the general area a little better. Okay. Grabbing my decibel meter. Cool. Let me go ahead and put away my Spider 5 Elite here real quick. Beautiful. Okay. So, audio control. For audio control, you have Dolby Access. So this is an application that lets you switch to dynamic, game, movie, music, voice. By default, it's on music balanced for the audio mode. Probably dynamic is going to be your best, but I'll try switching between those two real quick. Yeah, I think I like the music balanced mode the best. It kind of had, I don't know, dynamic seemed like the volume went down a little bit too much. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Audio test. First up, we have Peter Spacey Roar. We are at 100% volume. Let's see how loud this gets. .5 is our baseline for decibels. really good bass. I can tell there's multiple speakers in the system. The mids and the highs were still pretty clear, even when the bass was thumping, which is the primary thing I'm testing with that song. So next up, we have Faded Aeon Half-Life. Really nice speakers. Those are nice.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la.
So that was La 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 Love You Like by Deuce Williams. And overall, man, wow. This is really good speakers. I would say not the main difference between these speakers and the Blade 18 speakers. The Blade 18 just gets louder, and the Blade 18 has better spatial. I think left-right audio separation. But I would say these are as good as the Blade 16. Pretty much right on par with that, I think. Very clear mids, highs, lows. Very impressed. I think I'm going to give it like an 8.9 or a 9-ish, right in that range for the speaker rating. It sounded good. It sounded very good. It could easily fill a room with some pretty good quality audio, which is probably the best rated speakers I think I've tried it from an Asus laptop. I think they were better than the Scar series and even the Scar 18. I think. But they might be very similar. I mean, Scar 18, I think I rated the Scar 18 and Scar 16 at like 8.7, 8.8. So it's like almost the same, but just maybe slightly better. It seemed like these speakers were just tuned a little better, I guess. Like the mids and the highs and everything stayed clear the whole time. I think the main downside with this is just the overall volume is not as loud as what I've seen on some laptops, but the audio quality was on point, in my opinion. Okay. Awesome. Fan noise testing. So for fan noise testing, we are going to be doing Time Spy. We're going to be doing Time Spy in a loop. And so we're going to run the synthetic GPU / somewhat CPU test constantly. And then we're going to see how loud the fans get with the default fan profiles as well as maximum fan mode. So we'll be doing 4 tests for audio. We'll start with the loudest and get quieter and quieter. At the same time, we'll be analyzing the thermals of the laptop in each of the modes, given how loud the laptop gets. So we've got MSI Afterburner running, and that'll give us a nice screen overlay with all of our stats of the system. Which laptop is a great display, this laptop or the Lenovo Legion Pro 7? This laptop has a better display than the Pro 7 because the Pro 7i only goes to 100% sRGB and has a lower color gamut display. They're about the same level of brightness and contrast. So it's not like a huge, massive difference, but it is a difference. And yeah. So we're going to go ahead and start our custom run for Time Spy. And let me go ahead and make sure we're in the correct power profile. We'll be in manual power profile to start with, and we'll apply it. We'll be doing maximum power across the board. And so this is going to be as loud as it gets with maximum fans. And yeah, I'm expecting it to get loud. So keep in mind that our room ambient audio noise is about 41.5 decibels out of the gate with my decibel meter already. So max fans already coming in at 58.7 decibels. Those are pretty loud fans, but that's about average for a high performance gaming laptop in 2023. The bigger question is, what are the temperatures like and what are the power limits like? So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. So you can see that we're hitting 129, 134 watts. Wow. That is some of the highest wattage pull I have ever seen for an RTX 4070. Almost 140 watts at the end there. Typical RTX 4070s are only doing about 110 watts usually at the maximum, and the other one's 140 watts right there. Notice our boost clock is nonstop 2490 pretty much, which is great. I don't think I've seen the boost clock drop. And so the boost clock is really what's going to utilize up that wattage primarily. And it's great to see that we're getting such a high and consistent boost clock to the system. Now, we have been running the test for a couple minutes now, and our temps are really good. Okay. Let me just make sure I don't have any airflow being blocked here real quick. All right, so we're good there. Tilt the screen back again a little bit. Perfect. Okay. So 74 degrees on the GPU with max power limit, 65 degrees on the CPU. Keep in mind, this thing could be pulling more wattage, but it is pulling very efficient amount of CPU wattage, only 15 to 20 watts right now in TimeSpy. Typical TimeSpy CPU wattage usually is more like 30 to 45 watts. So this is very efficient CPU wattage pull. And keep in mind the CPU clock speed is also very low, only at 2.3 gigahertz. Yeah. Jastag Ram says, does this laptop support HDR? Good question. Well, we're letting this heat soak. Let's go ahead. We can check the HDR settings. So yes, it does support HDR video streaming. And it is turned on. HDR video streaming is enabled. So, yeah. Very impressed overall with this system's boost clock, temperatures. The only thing that's kind of questionable right now to me is the CPU performance level. But my guess is that the CPU is just not being hit that hard because we only have a 4070 in here. If we had a 4080 or 4090, it would probably slam the CPU a little harder because there'd be more demand on the CPU. Overall, I'm pretty impressed. Frame time graph, we did have some little stutters here and there. LSP says CPU on low wattage can be its undoing in less optimized frames. That may be true. We may run into stuttering due to low CPU utilization. Now, maybe we would be getting higher CPU utilization if we changed our power limits in here. Well, we have 25 dynamic boost. Let's just theoretically remove the dynamic boost down to 5. Okay, so now that we've lowered this GPU dynamic boost, we're getting higher CPU utilization. And let's take a look at our frame time graph as well, see if that is improved. It looks like basically we have shifted about 10 to 15 watts from the GPU to the CPU by making that adjustment. And I think that's gonna improve our overall performance, honestly, with this laptop. Look at how much tighter our frame time graph is now. And notice that our GPU boost clock is a bit lower though. We were doing 2490 very consistently before. Now we're jumping down to 2350, 2400. So yeah, we did reduce our GPU performance a little bit by switching that dynamic boost down. But I think the overall performance is still going to be better because now the CPU is not getting bottlenecked and our frame time graph is just much tighter. So most likely you wouldn't want to keep the dynamic boost, this dynamic boost thing. You may want to keep it in the middle somewhere. Let's see if we keep it in the middle. What does that happen? What happens to our frame time graph and our CPU, GPU wattage? That might be a little better. Balance, I'm not sure. Overall, though, temps are great. Our decibels, once again, .2 for our decibel meter. Now that we've let it run for a while, that's quite good. Let's switch to turbo mode. I mean, that is quite loud, but that's expected for a maximum fan scenario. Switching to turbo mode, the fan noise got a little quieter. But let's go ahead and see what we're doing on our power limits in turbo mode. So 130 watts to the GPU. 18 to 20 watts, 15, 17. So our CPU wattage appears to be pretty low on the low side, but our frame time graph is doing good so far. Not any big stutters. One stutter there. Very high GPU utilization here. The highest wattage GPU utilization I have seen in a 4070 so far. I think it's a good thing. I don't even know if it's going to improve performance at all, really, but very high GPU utilization. It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of CPU wattage and GPU wattage we get in the various games that we try out, like Dead Space and Hogwarts and stuff like that. I do feel like our frame time graph isn't quite as tight as it was in manual mode with dynamic boost. See, like there's some frame time stutters right there. So I feel like right now, really you'd want to shift 5 to 10 watts from the GPU down to the CPU to improve our frame time graph. Okay. Can it be used without headphones like this? I mean, you can. You can use it. Okay. Is it getting hot? Ho wants to know. We better tell. Let's see. How warm is the chassis? Okay, right wrist rest is completely cool. Right wrist rest is completely cool. Arrow keys, slight warmth. Fairly cool, but they're okay. So the J key area is warm. I would say it's warm, not hot, but it could get pretty dang warm over a long period of time. The F key is warm. WASD keys, pretty cool. And the left side, pretty cool. Wrist rest, barely warm. Very good temperatures. The front of the wrist rest, where you put your hand, completely almost room temperature. Really, really good heat utilization. That's the triple fan system that we got in this. Helps dispel heat out of the chassis better. Tony with the $5 super chat. What's up? He says, I'm late to the party. How's the PC performance thus far? I bought this exact one today. Thanks for the content. So yeah, Tony. So here is the performance. This is the highest RTX 4070 wattage I have seen out of any 4070 so far. Typically, we almost never see wattage go over 110 watts. And typically, it doesn't improve performance hardly at all, going above 110, maybe 120 watts at most. So it'll be interesting to see. The main issue for performance right now is that the CPU wattage is a bit low, and I feel like about 10 watts should be shifted from the GPU down to the CPU. But this is Time Spy. It's not really an actual game, so it's hard to evaluate performance. But notice that we've got these frame time stutters here that are probably related to the low CPU wattage. So to fix that, all you have to do is go to the manual mode and set the dynamic boost to not be as high for the GPU. Set it down to 15, 10, and this shifts more wattage to the CPU. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how loud. Let's go ahead and see how loud this system is in turbofan mode. .8 decibels. Fairly loud still. I mean, it's turbo mode. It should be loud. That's expected. And performance is good. Temps, as you can see, not quite as good as the max fan mode. Max fan mode had 73 degrees on the GPU and 64 on the CPU. So overall, I feel like the temps were a little better in manual mode, but still very, very good. We're not in the 80s on either of the devices. Or either of the core components, which is good. Going to performance mode, this really is lowering the fan noise a lot in performance mode. But also notice that we really lowered our wattage a lot. And that also lowered our boost clocks on the GPU here. And the CPU is also still very low wattage. Only 2 gigahertz and 18 watts. I mean, I feel like this really needs to be targeting more like 25 watts more continuously if you want to be getting the best performance. Now, in terms of temperatures, we're not seeing the temperatures go up hardly at all here. We're seeing, actually, they went down when we went to performance mode because we lowered our wattage. 94 watts. It looks like it's basically capped to 95 watts in performance mode and maybe 15 to 20 watt range for the CPU. Rogue One asks, will you try G Helper? I may try it in a future live stream, maybe if I do an optimization live stream for this laptop, but I don't plan on doing it in this live stream. We just got too much stuff to cover. We're moving from topic to topic, and it's going to take 3 to 4 hours to get through everything. So, and I have not downloaded G Helper ahead of time, so there's no way we can cover it beforehand. But yeah, maybe in an optimization live stream, if you guys would like to go over G Helper. I'm kind of curious about it myself. So let's go ahead and see what the audio is like right now. .1 decibels for performance mode. Really good. That's really good. And I'm going to put the mic here. I mean, the laptop audio speaker, like this, the fan noise is definitely audible to my ears, but it's pretty soft. And I think this performance mode should give you enough FPS in the vast majority of games out there, while at the same time not being too loud. But let's go ahead and see what silent mode does. So in Armory Crate, we're going to go ahead and switch over to silent mode. So silent mode now. This is going to, wow, this really limits the GPU wattage down to 55. Our CPU wattage actually went up to 20. 21 right now, 22. Interesting. Silent mode has more CPU wattage than turbo mode. Very interesting. Notice that our frame time graph is a lot more jittery, a little less consistent in silent mode because, you know, we're getting a lot less wattage that GPU. Our boost clock is much lower on the GPU. Our temps, though, are very good. And at this point right now, I cannot hear the laptop at all over my Blade 18 or my fan going on just outside the room here. So to my ears, the audio from the laptop is completely quiet, but let's see what the decibel meter is saying. $41.5 again. I saw it. So yeah, we're basically it's completely quiet system in silent mode. And notice that in Time Spy here, we are still getting 60 FPS. So there's going to be a ton of games that you can play with this laptop in silent mode and still have super smooth frame rates, like single player games, a lot of like MMO type games, like older titles. Almost all of those will run at high frame rates in silent mode, and so you'll be able to put the speakers to maximum and just like crank it and have a great audio experience with this laptop. Obviously, newer games like Starfield, those types of games that are very demanding, you're going to want to at least be in performance mode probably for those games, but probably turbo or manual mode would be ideal for the best performance, because you're really going to want to be cranking out the best FPS possible. So overall, this laptop, from fan noise perspective, has got a great range. You can go super loud for more performance. You can go medium for decent performance, but you're sacrificing some for a better audio, especially in performance mode or silent mode. Those are the two modes where you're really going to get a lot better, noticeably better acoustics. So we're going to do, let's go ahead and show you what we're going to do for our profile. Based on our initial testing, I think the best thing we can do right now is to test this with 10 watts down on the dynamic boost in manual mode with max fan. So all of our fans are set to maximum fan. All right. And let's go ahead and I'm telling you, for Time Spy, it might actually be a little better to run it with the dynamic boost completely up to the max. But either way, let's go ahead and get our Time Spy run. Shabam, shabuya. See what we get. LSP says, so this laptop can realistically game on USB-C power delivery. Yeah, probably. Probably no problem. Temperatures are too low. Is it possible to increase performance so that the sound remains at this level? I think the main tuning that you could do would maybe be able to increase your dual load CPU and GPU. So maybe basically increasing your CPU wattage level by like 5 to 10. I feel like that would be the primary way of improving overall performance, but that would also increase the temperature on the GPU and CPU. You'd have to use a third-party tool, I think, to be able to do that too, because in Armory Crate, it didn't really let us max the GPU wattage and CPU wattage at the same time. Okay, so here we are. Time Spy, RTX 4070. We have dynamic boost with halfway up, so 15 watts of dynamic boost instead of 25 to basically let the CPU ramp up a little higher. So in 3.7 gigahertz on the CPU. 128 watts of power, 130 watts of power. It could go to 140 as we saw, and it might slightly improve our average FPS, but our 1% lows would suffer, I think, if we hit dynamic boost all the way to the max. So I think this is the smarter way to run the laptop. So we'll keep it at this level. Right now, we've got a steady frame time graph that's like rock solid, steady. Our boost clock on the GPU is still quite good, 2505 at 125 watts. So I don't think doing dynamic boost all the way to 140 watts would really even benefit us that much. I don't know. With manual mode, you might be able to get a better balance of fan noise and audio. I just reset our average, by the way, so we can take a look at our 1% lows. But I think the primary way you would do that is like using some kind of like laptop cooler. So imagine if you have like the GT500 that I reviewed for laptop cooler. You put that on like medium or low, so it's fairly quiet. And then you put this laptop in manual mode with like a fan curve that's only like halfway, so the fans don't get too loud. And then that way you have like basically like another fan helping shuffle in new air into the system. And then you can probably get this manual mode level of performance with even quieter fans. So that would probably be the way I would go about it. Or you could try to run this same level of power, but just lower the fans to not be as loud. But you're going to get a lot warmer temperatures if you do that. So just keep that in mind. Our frame time graph, I think, has been rock solid pretty much the whole time. Very good performance, I think, overall for the system right now. Exotic says performance mode is really good and is what most people will choose. Yeah, if you don't want to tune anything, performance mode is probably the way to go. You'll probably get good performance overall without any extra tweaks and a decent acoustic performance. But manual mode is for sure going to be the best if you want like the best CPU, GPU performance and exactly what tuned acoustically exactly however you want it. Whoa, 12,791 for an RTX 4070. This is the best RTX 4070 I have tested so far, I think, right? And this is with only a 50/100 overclock. You could definitely overclock this 4070 more. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So, awesome. 12,355 for the CPU score is all right. It's nothing amazing. I wasn't expecting anything amazing for the CPU score. Temperatures were good so far. Speakers have been good. Camera's been good. Display's been good. There's not much to complain about this laptop so far. So far, everything's been very good. Okay, let's go ahead and move into our Cinebench R23 test. Your Zephyrus got 13,335, same specs. Rogue One, did you overclock it at all? Because that sounds like an overclocked 4070. Typically 4070s are getting like a little over 12,000. So that's why I'm impressed with 12,700 without any additional overclocking. Okay, so HW info is running. Let's go ahead and start this. Let's set our CPU priority to be above normal. Stop that. All right, let's go ahead and get HW info loaded up. So HW Info 64 is a application for monitoring your temperatures, clock speed, all of that. And we're going to be taking a look at our system stats as we test it. So you can see that we have 6 performance cores. Let me zoom in. You can see we have 6 performance cores and 8 E-cores. The performance cores are going to be dual threaded. So there'll be 6 cores, 12 threads there. And then you have the 8 E-cores to follow it up. So that means this is going to be a 14-core, 20-thread CPU. And yeah, that's like way less CPU cores than the i9-13900HX, which is a 24-core, 32-thread. So if you're after multi-core performance, this laptop really is not it's not the focus, right? If you really want multi-core performance, I mean, it's good multi-core performance in this laptop still. We're going to see good performance. It's just not the very, very best. And you can theoretically get more for your money if you get a thicker laptop. So that's the main thing I'm trying to point out. That's going to be true of almost all the thin and lights. Now, in terms of actual, like, what can you do with this system and what's it going to be like? I mean, you can totally video edit with this. You can play all the different games. It's powerful enough to do everything. It's just, if you go with the HX i9 processor instead, you just get more cores, so it can do things that utilize those cores better. And typically the HX processor also was going to go to a higher power limit as well. So let's just see what we get out of the box. And then we'll take a look at our power limits and temperatures. 20,089. So 20089, 20,089 for our first run. All right, so taking a look at our P-Core clock speed is 4.89, so 4.5 gigahertz, 3.6 gigahertz on all of the E-cores. Going down to our temperature, we are hitting 95 degrees on our CPU package. Core temps are only at 85, but yeah, we are peaking and hitting that thermal throttle limit. And that's going to cause our CPU to drop in clock speed down to like 4.3, 4.4 gigahertz. You can see that we're doing 122 watts of power on this system, which is really good for a thin and light system. Wow. That is a lot of power going through it's a very thin, I mean, it's like 0.8 inches thin or whatever for this system. So to reach it's doing 131 watts right now to start with, and then it throttles down to 120. That's really good. I just wish that they could put an i9-13900HX CPU in here. Because, I mean, if it can go to that level of wattage, it could run an i9-13900HX in this chassis. And then we would have the best of both worlds. But I'm pretty sure that the i9-13900HX chassis requires a slightly bigger motherboard. And it's just going to be slightly worse. So 19,512 for that one, for that run. Again, 131 watts of power. We are hitting CPU thermal throttling pretty much nonstop. 4.3, 4.2 gigahertz on the P cores, 3.4, 3.5. Some of the E cores are hitting 3.6, but they're averaging around 3.4, 3.5. So overall performance in CPU-oriented tasks is very, very good for a thinner and lighter system. Again, I just wish they had the HX CPU options in here. Okay, let's see what we get. 19,106. I'll let this just run. Let me take a look at questions. Can you believe the TUF F15 is at $999? Awesome laptop site, by the way. Yeah, thanks, Keanu. Yeah, it's a great deal right now. It's a fantastic Asus TUF F15 4070. Obviously, way better bang for the buck from a graphics perspective than this laptop. So, ExoTube says, man, it's 5 a.m. here in India and I'm watching benchmarks. Well, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. How many watts can this graphics card handle? It was doing 140. 19,533. So right now, after running 7 times in a row, we're getting 19,500. That's going to be a pretty sustainable, I think, value for Cinebench R23. And if we were to do a 10-minute run, that's what I think we would get, right around 19,500. The i9-13980HX would result in worse battery life. That is correct. When you got all those cores, it's going to suck down the juice a lot faster in battery. So maybe you're right. Maybe that would be a worse choice from a portability perspective, but sometimes people just want to plug it in and run it. So let's go ahead and do a battery only run. We are unplugged. All right. I have unplugged the laptop. Let's see what we get in a battery only run. So battery only, we're doing 3.1 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.5, 2.6 gigahertz on the E cores. Our temperatures dropped like crazy down to 60 degrees. That's nice. We're doing 51.6 watts of power to the CPU. 45, yeah, so 50, basically 50 watts of power to the CPU. Which is good for battery life. Let's see what we get in a battery only run here. Joe Kelly says 7900M video got delayed. That's correct, Joe. The ran into drivers issues trying to update. So we got 14,018 for our battery only run. We'll run it one more time just to let it go. And we'll see what we get for our second run. NDV. Anyone with a Strix Scar 18 use the standard install for Windows 11 or redo with Rufus for a clean install? So the tricky part about laptops is if you go for a clean install, sometimes you end up not installing all of the extra little tools and everything that the laptop usually would come with, which is a good thing and a bad thing. And it may be a little tricky to get all of the extra drivers installed. That, yeah, there's a lot of little drivers you have to download from Asus. But you don't have to deal with all the bloatware, so I get it. I get the advantage. So, for example, I tried doing a clean install on my Legion 7i in 2021, and it literally bricked the laptop. I had to call Legion support and get a ISO directly from Legion. So 12,656 for a battery only run test. That is still pretty good battery performance. So if you need to do video editing on the go, this thing can still get some good performance while running on battery mode. Great to see. All right. So let's go ahead and plug the laptop back in. So we're plugged back in. We're back into manual mode. And we're ready to test some games, I think. Let me just make sure that we've done everything here. We've done everything on this list. Yep, we're ready to go into Apex Legends. So we got 10 games to test. Let's go ahead and get the laptop and camera set up for game testing. I'm gonna have to scoot the laptop closer so I can access the keyboard. LA Editing says, between the GE78 4080 and the Aura 17X 4090, for the same price, which one would you choose? Well, I plan on retesting the Aura 17X. So the tricky part about the Aura 17X is it didn't have great software BIOS optimization for, like the CPU wasn't hitting very high wattage, and it was really limiting its overall potential performance. And so that's why I didn't really recommend the Aura 17X as much. Generally in games, it was doing quite well though. And it's a good overall system. So in terms of value, you probably got more value with the Aura 17X. I think I'm just a little bit worried about the software support. I'm not sure if we have the max FPS set to 300 right now. Okay, we do. Good. Okay, I gotta change some settings. Auto sprint on, keyboard and mouse. Okay. So right now we're on high settings. I believe, let me verify my settings real quick. I think there might be one other setting we need to change or something. Okay, so we're on max settings right now, pretty much. And let's see what we get. All right, so we're doing 145. Oh, I gotta set the camera up, sorry. Hold on. All right. Let me rotate this. All right. There we go. Zoom the camera a little bit more. Beautiful. My dogs are barking because it's time for dinner and they want me to feed them. So I might have to feed them here. Maybe when a game is loading. Oh, wow. The speakers are set to 100% right now, and it is very loud. Okay, so when I adjusted the speakers, we had bad 1% lows temporarily. So it feels very good. The gameplay feels very responsive. Let me turn the speakers down a little bit. Goodness, these dogs are barking constantly. They're demanding dinner. Sorry, guys. I feel bad. So it's feeling very good, but our FPS is obviously not amazing on a 4070 right now because we're on high settings. So 144 FPS for high settings. Let's go to low settings. And this should boost our FPS, hopefully over 240 on average. Let's see if we can get to 240. Can it get us to 240? I don't usually change texture filtering, I don't think. Okay, so I mean, you can see we're at the 2560 by 1600 resolution. So we're at full resolution. And let's see here. So we're doing 199. So we're not going to hit the 240 FPS mark with the 4070 and Apex Legends, but we're obviously still getting very good performance. Interesting 1% low performance. We were getting better 1% low performance, not on low. Interesting stutters that we got going on right now. Isn't it interesting? Look, we got some weird stutters going on low settings. Hero, no. Zeus, no. Go lay down. Go lay down. Yeah, we were having better settings, or we were having better performance. On the high settings for some reason. Like our 1% low was better, which is more important, I think. So that's very interesting to me. I wonder what setting helped. Okay, well, overall that gives you, like, I think this is odd performance for 1% lows. I'm tempted to switch it back to high settings just for that reason. Usually I would not want to test it on ultra settings. But let's see if our 1% lows go back up again. I guess our 1% lows are still pretty similar. I mean, the game is obviously very playable as it is right now, but this is not quite perfect. Okay, so looking at our stats and our temperatures, 166 right now on average with ultra settings, high settings, 74 degrees on the GPU, 69 on the CPU. Very, very good. I'm curious, can we get more performance if we change our dynamic boost down to 5? Okay, so now look at our CPU. Holy smokes. Oh, I was doing 90. Okay, so looking at our 1% low performance now, oh man, our 1% low performance is a lot better. 117, 120. Yeah, dynamic boost. I feel like you want to turn it off with this laptop because it's letting the CPU go up to a higher wattage. And that's just so much more important for 1% low performance. So yeah, doing manual mode with dynamic boost disabled, giving us 33 watts to the CPU. That's just boosting our performance, making our gaming experience that much better. So highly recommended. Let's go ahead and return to lobby. We'll try control if we can get into it. What's the price on this? $19.49 right now. I think I've seen it on sale for down to $17.99 on the low end. Certainly a premium price to pay for it, but so far we're seeing some nice advantages on the system with better speakers, really good cooling, good Windows Hello, and good webcam, better than average webcam at least. Obviously very portable and great display as well. Zephyrus M16 has been discounted to $14.99. Interesting. So it's gone as low as $14.99. Interesting. So that obviously makes it a lot better deal if you can wait for it to be on sale down to $14.99. I'll bet you during Black Friday we'll see it down that low again for pricing. And at $14.99, I do think that would be a really great value considering all of the premium features that you're getting. What's up, Zun? I think that's Zun. Is that your name? Welcome to the live stream. What do you think about the Legion i9 GTX 4090? Do you mean 9i? So the Legion 9i, you watch my videos on it. There's a lot to discuss, but obviously not perfect. Obviously not perfect laptop because there's a lot of design changes with the water cooler with the laptop, but really great display. I love the display on it. It's a pro and con because there's a higher resolution display. Great RGB implementation, great specs. Love the fact that you can get upgraded. So much stuff in that can be upgraded. Let me see if I can get zapped on there. There we go. All right, now I'm going to turn the audio up. Overall, the Legion 9i is a great system, great performance. A little awkward with the wrist rest in terms of ergonomics, but I can definitely recommend it. It's just not as good a bang for the buck as the Legion Pro 7i. It's just a lot more. If you're after the best bang for the buck, go for the Pro 7i. If you're on the Legion lineup on the high-end stuff. Okay, so we'll see if we can get a kill or two. Right now we're doing 168 FPS on ultra settings. We got some hits. Didn't do too much damage though. I don't love this gun. I got a P2020 as my secondary, which is kind of a crappy secondary, but I think they had added hammer points. Do I have hammer points in this? I meant to switch. I don't know. There's no hammer points as far as I can tell. We're preventing these guys from moving up, which is great. Got 3 guys pinned down over here, so. Well, we killed that guy right out of the air. That's 2 kills. Recharge our shield here. Ah, no. Okay.
Gas trap deployed.
All right, we'll go check out B and see if we can die. And then we'll move on to the next game. Man, I love Apex Legends. It is just such a good game. We're definitely gonna die. Congrats, we did the dying thing really well. So yeah, definitely in Apex Legends, you want to disable dynamic boost for better performance, better CPU balance. Okay, overall, very good gameplay. Let's see here. Next game is going to be Warzone 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and let that load up, and I'm gonna feed my dogs real quick so they stop barking at me. You hungry? Yeah. Nice. Okay, I didn't miss too much. Man, the display on this is really good. Is there a way to skip this whole anime? This is so dumb that I can't skip this. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign is under fire for really bad right now. Yeah. I heard the campaign was only rated like 4 out of 10 from IGN, which is IGN usually gives us good ratings typically. So to get a 4 out of 10 from IGN is really bad. All right, so we got to restart the system here. So we're going to let it reboot. Systems Reality Team. Gizmo, any hope of reviewing the Aura 17H? What breed are my dogs? I've got a Min Pin Chihuahua mix and a Min Pin Chihuahua and a Sheltie. So in a sense, I did the Aura 17H RTX 4060 version. If you check my Aura 7, it's very similar laptop, but with a RTX 4060 instead of 4080. So very similar systems reality. So it's preloading shaders. We'll let that load, and I will be right back. Okay. It looks like we are all done loading our shaders, which I try to let all the shaders pre-render for Warzone because it usually doesn't take too long to get them done. Oh my gosh, stop with these. There we go, okay. Graphics. 2560 by 1600 with 240 hertz refresh rate. We're gonna do minimum spec. Whoa. Just want 100% resolution. Dynamic resolution off. Upscaling. We usually do DLSS on quality. And everything else is on low. Wow, they really updated all the menus and everything to be a lot different since last time I tested this. So, there we go. And what we want is Warzone. Warzone. Battle Royale. Okay, it's switching the application. What? You gotta be kidding me. That is so terrible of design. So you have to load into Warzone or Call of Duty 3. And then if you want to go to Warzone, you have to go to the Warzone section, and then it completely closes out the original game and switches it to Call of Duty 2. And now we're having to reload everything. Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Please, a dog review? Dog review? Oh my god. Jeb McBride says, I'm looking to get a decent laptop for my sister for Christmas, maybe around $1,200 range. I don't know much of a laptop person, so I don't know about them. Right now is the best, really good deal. I talked about this at the beginning. There's a link in the description to my laptops deals. Right now, the best deal is probably the Asus TUF F15 4070 for $999. Got a good display and a good CPU for $999. This is the lowest price we've seen on it all year long. Really, really great. And I definitely recommend it. Okay. This is, I think, the worst menu system I've ever seen for any game. Ever. It's really bad. Okay, let's go. Minimum spec. DLSS to quality. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Minimum settings, DLSS to quality. All right, display resolution, 2560, 100. Okay, we're set. Now we just gotta wait for our. Now we just gotta wait for our shaders to load up here. Okay, so while we're doing that, so if you've got $1,000 to spend, the best way to spend it is, I think, the Asus TUF F15. If you can snag this deal right now, this is the best deal for under $1,000 because it has the good display, it has good graphics power, and a good CPU. So it's gonna be able to play games for a long time, and it's still fairly portable, and yeah, great all-around system. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I did do a review of the Asus TUF F15 if you want to see how it performs in all the games and everything. But it handled 1080p full HD gaming at max settings really, really well. Okay, so we have reached optimization. Battle Royale solos, here we go. Honestly, that Asus TUF F15 is going to get pretty similar performance to this laptop. Not quite. This one's going to be a little better in some ways, but it's going to be pretty comparable. Because it's the same GPU, slightly worse CPU, and it's a lower resolution. So the lower resolution actually is going to mean if you're running both at native, the Asus TUF 15 will probably get more FPS, but it'll be lower resolution. So Mr. Al Hassan says, I want to buy the Legion 7i Pro set 2023. What do you think or suggest? Yeah, I think it's a great system and I can recommend it. I've done like 4 or 5 videos with the Legion Pro 7i and had very little issues with it. And yeah, it's a great bang for the buck overall system. So undervolt the dog, please. LOL. Okay, so here is dog number 1. Dog review number 1. Okay. So this dog is a Shetland sheepdog. He is 15 years old. He is a Borker to the max, loves to bark. Not much of a cuddler. He's a floofball. But he loves life and remains positive pretty much always. You can see he doesn't really love the cuddling that we're doing right now. But great temperament, except for when dealing with strangers entering his home. He's very borky at them. And he's a very defender dog. But he chills once he sees that I like whoever it is. So, but he weighs about 27 pounds probably right now. And he's a good boy. He's very, very pretty dog. And then the other one is eating in the bathroom. So you'll have to wait for dog review number 2 later. This dog comes with an i9 13th gen. If only, then it would be the perfect dog.
Check your gear and weapons. We go soon.
Do you think we'll see TI or super versions of the GPU next year? We might.
Enemy soldier
The info I heard was that we won't, but that person could be wrong.
Enough training. Now we face the enemy for
Dang.
hostile dropping into the
Okay, so we're doing like around 90, 95 to 100 FPS. The thing to keep in mind with this laptop, with this game, is it is very CPU bound. I'm gonna turn down the audio a little bit because it is very loud audio. So notice how our CPU is pulling 70, 80 watts right now. Our GPU is only doing 102, 105. So, and our GPU utilization is only 80%. So it's really all about the CPU performance. I mean, it's not all about CPU performance, but this is one of the few games where it's heavily focused around the CPU and RAM, more so than the GPU typically. But that depends on the resolution and everything too. We are hitting that GPU pretty hard actually. Okay, so here we are in our benchmark area. 98 FPS, 59 right now for our 1% low. Very good, very playable. 75 watts, 80 watts to the GPU, 70 to 85 watts to the CPU. Temps on the CPU are a little spicy, but not bad. 89 degrees. They're not thermal throttling nonstop. We'll have to see how that progresses. We're looking for a gun. We're looking for a gun. We got an upgraded gun. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that. We could use an even better gun, though. How do I swap it? It's not coming. Yeah. Oh, God. Run away. Whatever. We'll just use this gun. It's fine. So 98 FPS, 68 for a 1% lows right now. CPU temps are a little spicy. Wrist rests, moderate. Some warmth, but not bad. Overall, playing very smooth. The 1% low is enough to where like the gameplay feels good, feels responsive. You know, there's no ghosting on this display that I can really sense. Okay. There was a guy right next to me when I thought there was a guy right in front of me. He took his time aiming at me too. And I happened to just stand completely still for him. Anyway, whatever. We're going to the gulag. The guy just knifed him. That's funny. So we're waiting for an opponent probably to die. There we go. All right, I've reset our FPS counter right now. Wow, I could not really see him. Yeah, it was hard to hit him. He did a good job peeking around the corner. So 113.78 for our FPS. Good. It's great. Great enough to actually get really enjoyable gameplay out of your Warzone at QHD resolution, which is what we're, you know, that's our target, right? So now we're going to go into Counter-Strike 2. Waiting to see Dead Space pull 100 watts on the CPU. I would not be surprised. Systems Reality team says, I'm going to splurge on a 5090 laptop next gen. Yeah, probably. That's probably when I'm going to buy my next laptop as well, I think. I don't know. I'm constantly upgrading my laptop. We'll see. I'm very happy with the Blade 18 right now. It's kind of like, I tend to usually skip. I usually buy a laptop every 2 years, but it just depends. Sometimes I buy a new one every 6 months, but depends on how addicted I am to buying laptops. But it's always a good excuse for me because I'm like, oh, just you make reviews of it. And then it's like, business expense. Because it's true. I do. And then I use it to edit videos and live stream and everything too. So, all right. So we're going to hop into a Dust 2 match. We need to enable developer console. I was trying to put in.
The source of that torment is the presence of the Lord. But he is also in the presence. They're being tormented in the presence of the Lord because he's obviously there. So
We'll mute the random people talking. Okay, so how am I supposed to kill you? Oh God! I guess this is a death match. All right, so we're doing 200, 100. Right now we're doing 180 to 200 FPS. There's a lot of chickens on this map right now. Ooh, good shot. All right, so we'll try to kill a couple more people. But you can see the FPS over here on the left. We're averaging around 200. It feels extremely smooth. And this is the default high settings at QHD. So nice. 1 kill. 2 kills. This guy is just talking nonstop. Oh, he's just camping the corner with an op. Yeah, so this is a great experience. I think this is the kind of thing that's like hard to complain about. It's theoretically not the maximum possible FPS for this game. And you might see a little better FPS, you know, with a more powerful GPU, CPU combo. But this is enough to have really like pretty much equal to the best of the best in terms of experience of like gaming experiences, you know? Oh boy. Okay, nice. That was good. Overall, great experience. 9 and 7. 9 kills, 7 deaths. I'll take it. I would say, I'd say, yeah, it's pretty much a near perfect experience. Cyberpunk. So is it Cyberpunk next? It's God of War next. God of War. Tab, left mouse click, you're going to mute the talking players. Yeah, that way you can still hear gameplay noise. I should have done that, LSP. It's a good idea. CS2 now has custom servers and workshop maps, and you can also use CSGO music kits. Nice. Is it a big difference between a 16 and 17-inch laptop? Not really too big of a difference. It's a pretty small difference, only 1 inch difference. Is an inch a lot? That's what she said. Okay. All right. So we're going to ultra custom preset. All right. Sorry. Ultra graphics preset. Our display is 2560 by 1600. We want quality DLSS is what we're going to go for. All right. So we'll see what kind of FPS we get. QHD plus resolution, ultra settings, God of War. Okay, so we're doing 69 FPS here during this initial start here. Let's see what we get for an average. 63 FPS. Our temps are really good. 74 degrees on the GPU, 78 on the CPU. Our CPU is pulling nice wattage levels as well because, we did disable dynamic boost. And it's helping improve our performance, I think. 65 for average FPS, 32 for our 1% lows. Very playable. If we go to the original graphics level, the game is still going to look really good, okay? It's just not going to quite have as much detail, but now we're doing 100 FPS. That's a lot better. Our 1% low is also better. So I would recommend playing this if you're going to do QHD resolution, DLSS on quality, original graphics settings, and it's just an awesome gaming experience at 100 FPS. All right, so time to move on to Cyberpunk 2077. Get expansion. I'm tempted. Crazy Tech says, thanks for doing the video. As always, lit content. Thanks for coming by, Crazy Tech. Glad you enjoy it. Does this laptop support HDR for games? So I'm not sure about games. It's going to depend on the game, probably. The display obviously did support HDR video, right? So there is at least some HDR support on this display. A game like Cyberpunk, I think, might have HDR support. HDR support mode, none. So if this had HDR gaming support, I would assume that it would be an option here. The fact that it does not means it probably does not have it. 2560 by 1600 full screen. Graphics is going to be Ray Tracing Ultra. Frame generation on. DLSS set to quality. And I just like setting it like 3 times to make sure. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run this benchmark. CPU usage in games is much higher in games than in TimeSpy. And that's largely because I also did the dynamic boost slider over to be much higher. I basically disabled dynamic boost, or only set it to only 5 watts. So interesting performance so far. 58 FPS, 26 for a 1% low. This is probably a little bit too low to really use frame gen. So most likely, if you want to play Cyberpunk 2077 at QHD resolution with DLSS on quality, you're gonna probably want to turn off ray tracing. Or either turn off ray tracing or set DLSS down to balanced or performance. Those are your 2 options probably to boost the FPS. If you really want ray tracing, and this is one of the games where ray tracing, at least in certain scenarios, can be noticeably better than the normal built-in lighting and shadows. So, it's kind of like one of NVIDIA's showcases for ray tracing. All right, so we got 61.6 FPS, 29 for our min FPS. Overall, I mean, it's going to be playable, but frame gen, usually you want to target more like 90 FPS to have good response rate delay. So if we set DLSS down to performance mode, and we are QHD resolution on a 16-inch display, so it's probably still going to look pretty good. Let's try running it. Let's try running it again. So ray tracing on ultra, settings on ultra. Let's just see if this is going to be a higher quality gaming experience. I think it will be. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so 80 FPS now. 25 for our 1% low is not that much better though. Yeah, I mean, I think, it's interesting that our performance didn't go up that much. All right. I also want to point out right now that our VRAM is being tapped out. 7.4 gigs of VRAM being fully utilized. It doesn't actually ever go to 8 gigs pretty much. We have only 8 gigs of VRAM on the RTX 4070 in this laptop. One of the downsides of the 4070 and one of the main reasons to go for the 4080, plus of obviously the increased rasterization performance of the 4080, but 7.3, 7.2 gigs. Yeah, basically some of our 1% low stutters that we're running into, like right here, those 1% low stutters are going to happen more often when you don't have enough VRAM. So, so yeah, if you're gonna like run around the city, moving to a lot of different areas, it's gonna have to constantly load in new textures. I would expect more stuttering, unless you set textures to lower. That might help. Okay, so 79.5 FPS for our 1%, or sorry, for our average FPS. So if you really want to get great performance, you really just want to go to probably ultra. And then you can set DLSS to quality with frame gen. And now let's try this. This should benchmark, I think, at over 100 FPS, I think. But let's find out. Stellar Hades says, I had the Zephyrus M16, but had to return it because of horrible stench. God damn. Why? Why do you do this to me, whoever you are? You keep changing your username and then saying you have a horrible stench. And then I read your question aloud, and then I talk. It's a troll. It's a troll person. We're just gonna. Okay. That's funny. Mr. Al Hassan says, between all the laptops you use, what are your top 3 laptops ever? Okay, so looking at our average FPS, I'll get to you here. 87 FPS, 43 for a 1% load. That's both better. Notice that we're not capping our memory anymore. We're getting close, but we're not capping our VRAM. And I think that's helping our 1% load, not having those big major load-in stutters. This is going to be a lot better gaming performance at 85, 42. Still not as high as I was kind of hoping it would be. So you might actually want to drop it to high settings instead of ultra. But yeah, 85.0 FPS on average. Top 3 laptops I have ever tested. Well, I really love the Legion 7i that I had in 2021. I feel like the Pro 7i is great value for its money. And in that sense, I love it. Move on to the next game. Hogwarts. Hogwarts Legacy. The Blade 18 is the best laptop, I think, all around that I've ever tested when combined everything put together. It's still not perfect. Oh, that's a great question. Top 3 laptops I've ever tested. Zephyrus G14 for portable laptops. Well, the 4060 is what I've tested, but I would probably buy it with a 4090. I mean, if I wanted something more portable, that's the way I would go. I would go with a 4090 Zephyrus G14 with a mini LED display. That is just an awesome laptop. So, but you'd also kind of want to optimize that one. So, but yeah, very expensive for what you're getting too, but really great laptop. And then in terms of maximum possible performance, probably the XMG Neo 17, but it just doesn't have like the Performance King goes to the Neo 17, the Premium King goes to the Blade 18, and then the best balance of money spent versus performance and premium features all put together, probably the Legion Pro 7i. Those are like, if you're trying to focus on like a specific like best in class for performance, for budget, and for most premium, that's the way I would rate them overall for the overall year. If HDR support for games, then Lenovo Pro 7 display better than this laptop. Abhimeu says, please review the Acer Triton 500 SE 2022 model, 3070 Ti version. I'm sorry, man. I just can't review. I need to focus on the new stuff that comes out. I can't focus on the old stuff. And that's just the reality of being a reviewer. Because no one really wants, not very many people want to watch reviews on the old stuff. So I'm sorry, man. I appreciate the review requests, but I can't focus on the old stuff. Poochie Head says, can we expect the Lenovo to release the AMD Advantage Edition with the RX 7900M soon? I have no idea, Poochie Head. I'm sorry. But I would guess not, unless they have specifically stated that they're interested in it. I've not heard anything about that, though. So we're getting quite a bit of 1% low stuttering right now happening. You can see the frame time graph is all over the place with 1% lows. Our VRAM, 6.4 gigs of VRAM utilized with low textures right now. You know, this laptop does not have the fastest memory. We're getting 5 gigahertz on the i9. But that's just not helping our 1% low performance very much right now. And we're doing ultra, we're doing QHD resolution. I'm just thinking that you're probably going to want to turn off ray tracing if you're going to try to play QHD resolution with this game. But let's do the benchmark as it is, and then we'll try to tweak it. Okay, so 72 FPS, 25 right now for our 1% low. You know, we are running into our RAM capacity here as well. 15.5 gigs of RAM utilized. We only have 16 gigs in this laptop. I think it would help our 1% low performance almost for sure if we had at least 24 gigs of RAM. Obviously, you go to 32. So just add a second 16 gig stick in there. But you probably have to buy a 32 gig RAM kit. So you have matching sticks. So that only costs about $100. But that would help our performance for our 1% lows. 65 for our 1% low, or 65 for average, 24, 25 for our 1% low. But we have frame generation enabled. And so with frame gen, you really want to target more like 90 FPS or as close to 90 FPS or more as possible. So what you want to do here, you could drop your DLSS quality down to balanced or performance. I'd probably go, if I was optimizing, I would go to balanced, probably. We just crashed the game. Love it. And then I would turn off ray tracing. Those are the two changes I would make, and we'd probably get very playable frame rates. I mean, I won't go through and retest it because we need to keep moving through the games, but I'm pretty sure we would get 90 to 110 FPS range with DLSS on balanced and ray tracing disabled. And that's a game where turning off ray tracing didn't really make much of a difference to me when I was playing it. Because I actually played it on the Blade 18 and I wanted to get like 200 FPS. So I turned off ray tracing and did DLSS on balanced, I think, at QHD. And the game looked great and played amazing. And it was like 150 to 250 FPS with the 4090. So, all right, moving on. Dead Space next. Curious to see you test a 7900M laptop. Me too. I'm very curious to see what the Radeon RX 7900M does performance-wise. I think it's going to be very, very good. But I don't know if it's going to beat a 4080. That's the question. but I definitely need to see a driver update happen before I test it. I mean, if I don't get a driver update, if I don't get a driver update by Friday, I may go ahead and test it just as it is. We'll see. But it'll be like one of those caveat testings where it's going to be like, we're testing this, but expect to have better performance in the future because the drivers are going to get better. Because basically the driver that was on Dell's website for that Alienware M18 for the graphics driver is from like July 11th, and it's November 8th right now. So it's like a 4-month-old driver on a brand new GPU. It's kind of absurd. Okay, so this game, no frame generation. We're targeting 60 FPS. That should be a great gaming experience if we can do 60 FPS. Right now we're doing 70, 45 for a 1% low. Things are looking great. Game is playing very smooth. Ooh, we had some stutters there. So you look at the frame time graph as we turn. That happens pretty often in Dead Space. It kind of comes to the game optimization, quite frankly. And usually 1% lows tend to not do that good in this game for some reason. But anything over 24 FPS for 1% lows does seem to result in pretty stable looking gameplay. It's like the frame times are spread out consistently enough that it still looks pretty smooth. So yeah, anyway, okay, so evaluating actual GPU performance, 108 watts, close to 100% GPU utilization, which means we're not quite as CPU bound because the 4070 is basically being slammed to the max in this game at this high of resolution. So typically if you have a 4080 or a 4090, it becomes CPU bound at QHD. But because it's only a 4070, we are being GPU bound or very close to GPU bound. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward with our test. Only 40 watts, 47 watts of CPU utilization. Good. That's good. And you know, we're hitting our GPU 100% utilization. 73 right now for our average FPS, 46 for our 1% low. That's surprisingly good. So yeah, this is going to be playable at QHD resolution. Pretty much no problem. Obviously, in the high-paced action sequences, you might want a little more FPS, so you could turn either the resolution, DLSS upscaling down a little bit, whatever. But yeah, so DLSS on quality, ultra settings, 74 FPS, 42 for a 1% low, very playable, and we have good temps as well. Usually Dead Space really cranks the CPU up, which tends to boost the GPU temps up a lot, and yeah, it tends to really heat up all around. So moving into Last of Us now. For the 7900M testing, can you try ray tracing overdrive in Cyberpunk? Don't expect good ray tracing performance like the 7600M. Yeah. Most likely the ray tracing performance will not be that great. Jastang says, what laptop do you recommend for best display, this laptop or the Flow X16 or Legion Slim 7? So this laptop, the 4070 version of this laptop, does not have the mini LED. All right, so we're going to be doing ultra settings. That needs too much VRAM. We're going to change the textures down to medium on everything here. All right. We're going to go to DLSS to quality. We're going to apply that change. All right. So 2560 by 1600. DLSS to quality, QHD. Keep in mind that the shaders are not preloaded. So far, that primarily impacts the load time. It takes a really long time to load when you don't have the shaders preloaded. So, but it may also impact some like 1% low performance or overall average FPS a little bit. Overall, I haven't really noticed that it impacts those things very much though. So right now the CPU is getting slammed to 115, 100 watts there, 95 degrees, thermal throttling. We're loading everything like crazy. You can see we're loading the map right now. Yeah, it takes a really long time to load. So Jazz Stingram, I was answering your question. Okay, I'm gonna start my average FPS here. You said what has the best laptop display? So the Flow X16 is gonna have the same laptop display as the 4080 and 4090 version of this laptop. The 4070 version of this laptop does not have the mini LED portion, so it doesn't get as bright or as contrasty. So basically, if you want the better display, go with the Flow X16 or the 4080 version of this laptop, which costs $26.99. So right now we're doing 86 FPS, 51 for our 1% low. Very good performance. This is the intro cinematic though. We'll turn up the audio here. All right. And we're going to switch the fan profile into performance mode. All right. We're in performance mode. It's going to quiet the fans a lot. And we'll try to listen to the audio, okay?
You like it?
I mean, this is
What?
nice, but I think it's stuck. It's not.
What? No. Oh, ha ha.
Where did you get the money for this?
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs.
Oh, good. Start helping out with the mortgage then.
Yeah, you wish.
I gotta say, I'm not hearing the game audio as loudly as I was thinking I would. It's almost like the game audio is suppressed or something. The speakers aren't too loud right now. Graphics wise, the game is looking great. The performance, even in performance mode, is still quite good so far. Let's go ahead and see once we get into the actual gameplay, see what our FPS is like and our averages. I'll reset it again. So we're out of the cinematic. This is the gameplay graphics right here.
Hello?
Sarah, honey, I need to get your daddy on the phone.
Uncle Tommy, what time is it?
I need to talk to your dad now. Let's go.
Uncle Tommy? Hello?
Okay, so resetting our average. So we're actually in the gameplay mode now. 65 FPS on average right now. 32 for a 1% low. This is performance mode. This is not max manual fan mode. Okay, so so we're getting 68 FPS, 47 for our 1% lows. Let me load up Armory Crate. Let's switch to manual mode again. And let's see the performance difference, right? So we went from 68 FPS up to 74 FPS. That's not a huge difference. That's 6 FPS increase, so about a 10% performance gain. Switching to the max fan mode, high performance mode. And the fans are so much quieter in performance mode. Obviously, if you have headphones, you can do manual mode with no problem.
Where the heck are you?
So overall, I'd say acoustically, you probably would want to go all the way down to silent mode. I think. Let's see what our performance is like in silent mode. So we're in silent mode. We're waiting for the fans to ramp down. It's interesting how long it takes to ramp the fans down. That's still a lot of performance going through that CPU. Wow, the 4070 is so power efficient. Still able to do 60 FPS, 60 FPS, even in silent mode. So now acoustically, it's a great audio gaming experience in silent mode here. I can only barely hear the whistle of the fans right now. It's almost completely quiet now.
Here you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Does anyone come in here?
No, who would come in here?
Don't go near the doors. Just stand back there.
Dad, you're kind of freaking me out. What's going on?
It's the Coopers. Something ain't right with them. I think they're sick.
I'm kind of sick.
Jimmy!
Dad?
Come here. Come here. Jimmy!
Okay, this is a scary section. Yeah, in silent mode, wow, really great acoustics. And I was still getting good gameplay. Downside to silent mode, I could feel the wrist rest getting definitely warm. Like, I don't know if it was going to get hot feeling, but the whole system temperature as a whole was definitely going up a lot. So most likely performance mode is going to be better to prevent wrist rest from getting as hot. But like, for example, you could use like play on a TV and have the laptop there in silent mode and still playable gameplay and everything. Okay, on to Starfield. This one's going to be tough to actually get playable gameplay here. Okay. Rogue One says dog wants round 2 dinner. No, he just saw a light. He's the Borker. He sees a light in the front door and he goes bork, bork, bork. LSP, the shaders is one of the major reasons the game received mostly negative on the Steam back when it launched. Yeah, there was a lot of crashing too with Last of Us when it launched. It definitely has gotten better. Mr. Al Hassan says, buy Legion Pro 7 2023 now or wait for the next model. What would you advise? My advice is, if you want the best bang for the buck, wait for the 4080 version to go on a good sale, which to me, in the United States at least, would be less than $2,000. Probably like, I think, if you're getting the i9 13900HX and the RTX 4080 and a QHD 240Hz display, that's a good quality one. I think if you're getting that for under 2,000 with the Pro 7i's build quality and everything, then that's really, really good. Okay, so we'll try ultra settings preset with no dynamic resolution. Now, Starfield has officially said that they are going to release an update that will enable DLSS frame gen out of the box. And that is going to help performance so much. So Aquila, the city we're in right now, is one of the most demanding areas of Starfield, the game. And we're still getting pretty playable frame rates, honestly. 48 is still pretty playable. In more bare areas, like in space and places with less NPCs, we're gonna get way more FPS.
Yeah.
Right now, we're 1% low, went all the way down to 1918 right there. So 4619 QHD resolution, not great, but it's still playable in a city environment. I just wouldn't love to play like that for high action sequences is the main thing. But most of the high action sequences in this game are like space ports and out in space and bare moons fighting pirates and stuff. And those areas of the game get way higher FPS. And then once DLSS 3 frame gen is enabled in the whole game, or you can just use the DLSS frame gen mod now, you can get close to double the FPS with frame gen enabled. So 4619. If we go to, I'll just go to the low settings to give you the full range. Low settings with FSR at 50% render resolution. Okay. So now we're getting 65-45, which is, this is a lot more playable. Like I could do action sequences even now, but man, it's just, it's not as clear looking. It's like a more of a fudgy look to the display. FSR in particularly doesn't look as good on low settings.
Next up, what
So,
do you think system,
yeah. Basically, either wait for frame gen to be incorporated by default or mod the game to add DLSS frame gen mod. It's very simple. I did a video on how to install it in my Starfield performance guide review. Baldur's Gate 3 is next. Is Starfield not optimized or the GPUs can't handle it? So Simon Riley, the areas of the game for Starfield that are really hard to run are the NPC heavy, like starports and cities and stuff, because there's just so many NPCs running everywhere. And yeah, it's those areas of the game just are not very optimized. And so yeah, once you have frame gen though, it's just you're gonna get, even with a 4070, you'll get like probably closer to 80 to 100 FPS in most areas of the game, and in the easier to run areas of the game, even at QHD resolution with frame gen, you'll be getting closer to probably 120 to 150 with the 4070 probably. So it's just a matter of time before Starfield becomes super playable out of the box. But right now you just got to mod it to get the playability out of the game. So full screen. First change. We want no VSync, no frame cap. We want ultra preset with DLSS on quality. There we go. All right, and we will load our game. All right, this is the game save we do benchmarking with. Interesting. Okay, alt tabbed. It didn't crash, it just alt tabbed us out. Okay. Poochie Head said, didn't you download the AMD driver for the 7900 from AMD website and say they have a driver update for this month? Yeah, I did, Poochie Head, and it caused the internal laptop display to just go black. There's no, you don't see anything. So it kind of sucks. Okay. So here we are. I'll restart it again. But I'm about to start our FPS counter. 171 FPS, 65 for our 1% lows. 70 degrees right now on the GPU, 73 on the CPU. Good CPU wattage utilized, 105 watts to the GPU. Baldur's Gate 3 being probably game of the year this year. This is really good performance. QHD resolution. This is a really well optimized game, is the way I would say it. The main downside to this game is that 1% low performance can stutter when it switches between the characters, because this is a how do you call it? This is a turn-based game, so it ends up switching the location that you're like, you jump between the characters and everything, and as it jumps between the characters, if it needs to load new assets in, the 1% lows can suffer. But like right now, the frame time graph is looking really good. Our 1% lows haven't come up though. Okay, so there was a big stutter right there. You can see the frame time graph. But right now, we are not maxed on our RAM. We're not maxed on our VRAM. Both of those are looking good. The main issue is just, I don't know what they did to the game, but basically it's just not very optimized. It's just reset our FPS counter again to give you an idea of our 1% lows when we're not loading something. It's weird how it stutters like that, huh? Like the game feels so smooth, and then when you end turn, sometimes I don't know if it's like trying to calculate what the character is going to do, and then the CPU gets loaded up, or what. But generally speaking, it's extremely smooth FPS with these like occasional big stutters. Is the way that's the way Baldur's Gate is on all the computers, including the 4090 laptops with i9 HX CPUs. So yeah, I suppose it could also be memory. Having faster memory is probably better. But 130 FPS on average, 19 for our 1% lows. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be extremely playable, but have stutters that are pretty common for a Baldur's Gate 3 experience. It's kind of, that's the way I would describe it. Okay, so moving on to our next game, our last game, and then we're going to do a final summary of everything we found out about the laptop. Witcher 3. All right. Jaztig Ram, I did answer your question already about the display. You have to get the 4080 version of this laptop or the Flow X16 for the better laptop display. The Legion Slim 7i, I believe, has a similar display to the Legion 9i, which is also very, very good, but higher resolution, which is going to be higher to pump out frame rates, higher frame rates too. So that's the main downside to it. I'm not sure about the brightness, contrast, and all of that. So that would be my main question. For the Slim 7, does it have a mini LED display? If you want a high quality display without mini LED, then this 4070 version of the Zephyrus M16 would be quite good. Yeah, so I believe we are on. Everything is set now, I believe, correctly for our test. Kenny says Asus is best. I don't know if it's the best always, but I would say Asus has been consistently high quality with the exception of the coil line in some of their laptops this year. That would be the main thing that I think where they kind of under-delivered a little bit. Okay, so here we are. Witcher 3, QHD, ultra settings, ray tracing enabled, frame gen enabled, 64 FPS, 41 for a 1% low. The main downside with frame gen is you really ideally want to get in closer to 90 FPS. But let's go ahead and do this benchmark and see what we get. Okay, so here we are. Our frame time graph is looking pretty good.
No major stutters, just a little bit of stutters. So the way what I would say about this game is I usually disable ray tracing because it doesn't, I think ray tracing was kind of tacked on to this game, quite frankly. And I had better looking graphics oftentimes when ray tracing was disabled. Not in every scenario necessarily, but disabling ray tracing also really boosts your performance in The Witcher 3. So obviously this is good enough performance to enjoy the game. 6947. But because frame gen is on, I would typically recommend turning graphics down until you get to 90 FPS or more with frame gen. So turning off ray tracing. Now we're doing 95 FPS. You know, the game is kind of loading all the assets back in with, I'll reset our 1% low. So 106.56 with ray tracing disabled. That's obviously very good. And extremely, like, that's like equal to basically the optimal performance to have a perfect experience in The Witcher 3, even at QHD resolution. So, I mean, I feel like a 4070, it doesn't quite give you the perfect gaming experience at QHD. I guess we'll get into this in the final summary review. But in a huge percentage of games, you still have a very good gaming experience. Okay, so it's time to do the final summary of everything about this laptop. Let's go ahead and switch back into performance mode. And yeah, let me turn these lights back on. Okay. Okay, so it's time to do a summary of everything. So this is going to be posted as a separate video, so I'm going to go ahead and do a new intro and everything. And it'll be cut down with overlays from everything we've tested today. So, okay. Waiting for this fan to go down a little bit so the whistling noise is down. Just another moment. And please feel free to pop questions into chat as I get close to the end of the summary, and I will try to answer any questions here at the very end. Okay? All right. It's quiet enough now. Let's go ahead and get started. What's up, and welcome to my final summary review of the Zephyrus M16 RTX 4070 laptop. This thing did really awesome overall. Like, I was kind of surprised actually at how great it did. There was very little weaknesses to this laptop, but we're going to get to all the pros. We're going to go all the cons. We tested all of these things in a full, like, 4-hour live stream. And there's timestamps on that live stream if you want to jump to any of these topics in more detail, but we'll also be overlaying all of the information as we talk about it. So let's go ahead and summarize everything, right? So top deals, value comparison. This laptop at $1949 with a 4070 is not that great of a value. I feel like full normal retail price on this, especially since it doesn't have a mini LED, should be closer to $1,800 at most. And I wouldn't really recommend paying more than $1,800 for it. Probably at $1,800, it's a decent deal, but really, like a Black Friday sale or something like that will probably bring this down to $1,600, maybe $1,500. And at that price, because of all the premium features that this thing has, that's a great deal. So let's talk about everything this laptop has and what makes it special and potentially worth paying a premium cost over the cheaper RTX 4070s. Okay, so first of all, the unboxing experience on this is nothing too special. Pretty plain box, but you got some extra designs on it. You get a power adapter, you get some warranty cards, quick start guide, and then the laptop is wrapped in plastic with a like a cloth keyboard cover. And The laptop flex test did surprisingly good. This thing is more rigid than I expected across the board. It's more rigid than the Zephyrus G16 by a little bit. They have some extra supports in here. I think they did a good job designing the rubber feet to be across the entire bottom of the laptop, adding stability and rigidity to the laptop chassis. And I think it's above average in terms of flex test, especially compared to other thinner, lighter laptops that are out there. Quality control wise, we have no dead pixels. There is no backlight bleed on this unit that we have here. It's basically like perfect looking in terms of backlight bleed, which is great. Ports wise, we have a Thunderbolt 4, which is great to see. Of course, this is an Intel laptop, so we have Thunderbolt 4 support, which allows for eGPUs or Thunderbolt 4 docks. You have a USB-C port. Both the Thunderbolt 4 and USB-C allow for power delivery, which is great if you want to have a more portable power brick. The default power brick is a pretty decent sized 280 watt power brick, reasonably portable, not too large, but also not super portable either. The laptop itself is fairly portable, 16 by 10 aspect ratio display, and it folds down to be fairly portable. I like the design aesthetics of this laptop, and it's got a very thin kind of civet portable package, can go into the vast majority of backpacks. Great laptop for a student. Especially anyone that's going to do video editing, graphics design stuff, because of the high quality display that this laptop has. Also, should have excellent battery life on this laptop as well. And Windows Hello on this laptop is going to allow you to turn this laptop on, log into it very quickly without having to type a password in over and over again. So great for opening up, taking notes in class or business meetings or whatever. It's also a fairly understated design, so it's good for business or students without looking kind of like a crazy gamer laptop in any way. So that's nice as well. Now, other ports on this, there are 2 USB-As. I wish there was a total of 5 USBs, but there's only 4 total. You got a headphone port here, HDMI 2.1 for high quality external displays. There's also, of course, DisplayPort support in the USB-Cs, so you can use a giant monitor behind me with those ports. And then we have a micro SD card slot here as well, which can be useful for users that are going to use like a vlogging camera, or record videos with their smartphone, like an Android phone, and then plugging in that SD card directly into the SD card slot. Now, I do wish it had a full-size SD card slot. That would be better, especially for creative types out there. So there's a drawback there for the ports. There's also no Ethernet port. So if you're after an Ethernet port, you're gonna have to use a USB-C dongle or a Thunderbolt 4 docking port with a Ethernet port on it. So it's not too big of a deal, but just know you're gonna have to get another accessory in addition to the laptop to be able to access that. The BIOS has pretty minimal options. BIOS updating is done through Windows updates, which is really easy and has been very reliable for me through Asus. Now, the webcam quality was noticeably above average, good color representation, and Windows Hello logs us in fairly quickly and easily. Audio recording quality was pretty meh, so you're going to want to use an external mic if you want good quality audio recording. Keyboard on this is like a soft plasticky type of keyboard, but I like the layout, I like the functionality. There is, of course, no number pad, which is a downside if you need to do a lot of number typing. The backlight on here is an RGB backlight, but I would probably recommend using a static color like white or blue or whatever favorite color you have. And it's fairly easy to set that up in the Armory Crate application. I did show how to do that. Display on this, we tested it at about 474 nits, I believe, brightness, which is close to the 500 nits rated brightness, but it's not quite there. And I wish it tested at the full 500 nits brightness. Contrast ratio was 950:1, which is not great, not terrible. Like I said, no backlight bleed on this unit at all, but color gamut was superb. 100% of the P3 color gamut, like 97% of the Adobe color gamut. Of course, tested with the Spider 5 Elite, which underestimates my color gamut compared to other color checking tools by about 7 to 8%. That's why it tested at 93%, but I view that as a 100% P3 color gamut test result. So fantastic display for editing videos, for editing text or Photoshop, whatever you want to do, and it can represent the image similar to how you would see it on a smartphone or a TV. That's like a highly saturated image being represented on those final viewing devices, which is important as a content creator because that's the way most people are going to be watching your content on. Even like the cheaper smartphones have very color saturated displays these days. Now the laptop control software, which is the Armory crate from Asus, is great. It's so far it's fairly lightweight. It updates consistently. It rarely crashes on me. And I've never had it crash during my testing today. And on my past Asus laptops, it's been very reliable and easy to use. So I highly recommend it. You can easily control your fan profiles there, a lot of performance things. But if you want to change your battery conservation level so your lithium ion battery lasts longer, you have to do that in the My Asus app. That's one downside to how Asus has laid out their apps. I think the battery conservation settings should be in Armory crate. That's one of my criticisms of the Asus software. Speakers on this were awesome. They sounded so good. They were close to the second best speakers I've ever tested. I think better than the Blade 16, not as good as the Blade 18. Blade 18 is still louder, still a little bit better in certain ways, but very clear bass, very good mids and highs. Really like the speakers on this system. That's definitely one of the things you're paying a little extra for. That and Windows Hello, the webcam, the display quality. Those are some of the key premium features that make this laptop worth the extra money compared to, say, the $1,000 Asus TUF F15 RTX 4070 that's available for sale right now. So yeah, some big differences there. Cinebench, let's hear. Fan noise testing is next. So fan noise on this, 58 decibels at max fans, 58.7 decibels, I believe. Fairly loud for max fans. There's a triple fan design in this laptop, and the internal laptop cooling system is designed really well with liquid metal. And that triple fan cooling allows the overall chassis to stay fairly cool, doesn't build up heat as long as you keep all three fans running at a reasonable pace. If you go down to silent or performance mode, expect the wrist rest and the laptop to heat up fairly warmer because you're not evacuating the air as often or as much. Now, when you go down to turbo mode, we saw 57 decibels. Performance mode was only 48 decibels, which is much quieter and a lot better balance of audio acoustics with the high quality speakers and the medium fan noise. Now, silent mode is really where it's at if you're playing a AAA game and you just want to have quiet fans and a great gaming experience. Just know that your performance in silent mode is going to be noticeably reduced compared to manual or turbo mode. So, because the power limits on the CPU and GPU are cut down quite a lot. Yeah, silent mode, we had basically 41.5 decibels, which is the same ambient room audio, which basically means the fan was completely quiet compared relative to my room noise, which is excellent. Cinebench R23, we got 19,500 for our multi-run in a row sequence. About 20,091, I think, was our highest Cinebench R23 run. So right around 20,000. But, it's going to throw it down to 19.5, basically, which is good, but not nearly as high as what you're going to get in an HX CPU that's going to have more performance cores and more efficiency cores. So from a CPU performance standpoint, the i9 really is not going to perform like what you think. You think an i9 means, oh, this is going to have such good CPU performance. It's kind of a marketing gimmick. This actually is going to have worse performance than the i7 HX processor. Relatively speaking. So HX actually can mean more relative to performance than the i9 moniker now. So just keep that in mind. Now, gaming performance obviously was very good, but we did run into some snafus in Hogwarts. We only have 16 gigs of RAM in here. Also, only DDR5 4800 RAM is in this unit, which is obviously slower RAM. There are 2 SODIMM slots though, so you can upgrade the RAM with 2 new RAM slots, or you could put in like the Kingston Fury Impact RAM. I don't know what speed it's going to run at. It's obviously rated to run at fairly high speeds, but the Asus BIOS is not really going to really let you overclock this with XMP or anything. So you're going to get like the default speeds most likely. There are two M.2 SSD slots in here. So if you want to upgrade your SSD, add a second one, you can do that without having to remove the existing one, which is really nice because a lot of the thinner, lighter, more portable laptops don't have that. So I gotta commend Asus on the internal build design, really cramming in all the maximum features that they can on the inside. Now, big criticism of opening the laptop. There are 7 rubber feet you have to remove in order to access screws, and there are a lot of screws on this laptop. Probably the most screws I've unscrewed from any laptop in 2023. Downside, I really don't think they need that many screws, but maybe having so many screws is how they achieved such a rigid chassis in my flex test. So it's a pro and it's a con. It's a mixed bag there. Take it or leave it. I just wish they were able to design a stiffer chassis without as many screws because it makes it pretty inconvenient to take the bottom off. Now there is a pop-up screw, which makes it easy to get the bottom of the chassis like started to prying it open. I liked that. That part was opening the laptop from once you got all the screws out was super easy. Okay. Let's talk time spy. We got 12,700 in time spy, which is very good. I was, for a 4070, that is close to the best I think I've tested so far this year. And that was without any extended overclocking. With more overclocking and optimization, I think 13,000 plus is possible, which means that this has lots of graphics power, especially in such a thin laptop. Apex Legends and QHD resolution. We were doing, I think 170 on high settings. But in order to achieve that, we had to disable dynamic boost because our CPU was being choked out. Not enough CPU wattage was being pushed to the CPU to really take advantage of the maximum gaming performance. And I feel like this happened in multiple games. So realistically, your best settings in this laptop are probably going to be you going into manual mode and then under the GPU settings, taking that dynamic boost and reducing it down to the 5 watts. You could also disable dynamic boost probably in the NVIDIA control panel. That would be another option. But it's up to you. Depending on the game, you'll get more or less performance. Warzone 2, we did like around 95 to 110 FPS, depending on where we were. Our 1% lows were also quite good at like 70, 60, 70. Counter-Strike 2, we were doing 180 to 250 FPS range, around 200-ish on average. And with this 240 hertz display, 240 hertz resolution, or 240 hertz refresh rate on this QHD display, that means that we're getting excellent frame rates in Counter-Strike 2. And I would expect even higher FPS if you go down to lower settings, because that was on high settings. God of War, what was it, like 65 FPS? Not ideal on Ultra, but we went down to original settings and we got 100 FPS. So if you basically, because this only has an RTX 4070 and a QHD resolution display, the current generation of games are going to need some graphical tweaking because you went down to a 4070. If you want to spend a little extra money and go for the 4080 version of this laptop or 4090 version of this laptop, you will not have to tweak any of the graphics settings to get great frame rates. But because you went with a 4070, some of the games you're going to need to change the texture settings down to medium or low. We had to do that in Hogwarts and in Last of Us in order to achieve good frame rates. So the 8 gig VRAM is going to be a limiter in the newer titles for sure. And I really wish they had 12 gigs of VRAM in all of their laptops, maybe except for the 4050. That might have been okay with the 8, but that is 6. So really, NVIDIA needs to upgrade the amount of VRAM in all their laptops. But because it's a 4070, not only do you have to change textures down sometimes, you'll also have to change general game settings down from ultra down to like medium or high. And sometimes you have to turn off ray tracing if you want to have a high FPS experience. So in Cyberpunk 2077, it took turning off ray tracing to get us up to the 85, 90 FPS range, which is really where you want to be if you're going to utilize frame generation. Now, Dead Space had good FPS even on ultra settings, DLSS on quality, no frame gen. Last of Us was excellent performance in the 60 to 80 FPS range, even on ultra settings, but again, textures on medium. Starfield, ultra settings, only 45 FPS, but Starfield's going to have future optimization updates that will include DLSS frame gen built into the game. Currently, you have to use a DLSS 3 frame gen mod in order to get the FPS boost from frame gen. With frame gen, much better FPS should be expected, 70 to 90 FPS, even on ultra settings. So right now, FPS is not so good, but in the future, it definitely will be better. Or if you just mod the game to improve performance. Baldur's Gate 3 had excellent performance, even on ultra settings, except for 1% low stutters, which is going to be common on nearly all gaming laptops, just because Baldur's Gate 3 is turn-based, and it's like you end your turn, and then the computer has to calculate what it's going to do, and every time almost it's going to stutter. And plus the camera is jumping as it does that. So very common to have 1% low stutters in Baldur's Gate 3. That said, the 1% low stutters were kind of bad, but we were averaging like 120, 140 FPS when we were not jumping between the characters. So overall, Baldur's Gate 3 performance, absolutely excellent, even on max settings at QHD resolution. Witcher 3, we only did what, like 65, 70 FPS on Ultra with ray tracing enabled. Disabling ray tracing jumped us up to like close to the 105 range for FPS. So that's all. That's what I recommend. Witcher 3, just disable ray tracing. You'll have an excellent gaming experience, even with a 4070 at QHD resolution. So in the end, basically, this game laptop at $1949, it's a great laptop, just expensive for sure. And if you're after the best bang for the buck, definitely don't pay full price. And if you're patient, wait for it to go on sale. At least to $1,800 would be my recommendation, where it becomes a good buy. A great buy, though, would be $1,500 to $1,600 range through the rest of the year. And you're getting great value even at $1,499 because of the excellent display, the better webcam, Windows Hello, the great speakers, the great touchpad, the great cooling, quite frankly, because of the triple fan design with liquid metal. I mean, you're getting a lot of features that you don't get in those really cheap, like $1,000 or $1,200 laptops that you typically see go on sale. So I think all of those upgrades really make this worth it when it's like $1,500, $1,600, like if you have the extra money to spend. Obviously, if you're impatient, you pay full price for it. Not necessarily the greatest bang for the buck, for sure. So that's kind of the downside, is you're gonna have to be patient and wait for it to go on sale. But if you wait for it to go on sale, extremely highly recommended, and it should last a long time, assuming VRAM issues don't get out of hand in future titles. I don't think they will, but you're going to have to turn down textures even now in certain titles anyway. So just know that going into the purchase, that you might run into that bottleneck down the road. If you want to avoid that bottleneck entirely, I recommend going for an RTX 4080 laptop instead. And if you're paying the full price of the, if you're paying $1949, then in general, I would recommend just go for one of the 4080 laptops that are on sale right now instead, which I went over in detail in the full live stream, which again is linked in the description down below. So that's it for my final summary review. I'm gonna go ahead and answer some questions. Thanks so much for tuning in. Let's go to some questions. All right. Okay. LSP says, speaking of the 3-fan setup, Strix Scar 16, 18 also have the same setup, and they are super powerful. That is true. But they are also thicker and heavier, so trade-offs, This laptop is the only ROG laptop aside from Zephyrus Duo to have mini LED in Australia. Otherwise, I would get the Scar 16 with a 4080, 4090 for its mini LED. Yep, this is a good point. Anvish Gupta says, got my hands on the Alienware M16 already. It's so good. Congrats, man. That's a great laptop. Simon Ray said, My question is up. Okay, Simon says, hey, it's my first time purchasing a gaming laptop, and I'm considering to buy the Acer Helio 16 i5 4050 version. Can I go for it, or it has issues with the long term? The other option is the Lock i5 4050. So I really liked the Helios Neo 16 i5 4050 because it had a 400 nits 100% sRGB display. I really liked the display on it for a more budget-oriented laptop, but I would not pay more than $900 for that laptop, given the competition and the pricing out there. If you see it on sale for $899 or less, I'd say snag it. It's a nice laptop, but it is pretty bulky and large, and you can definitely get just as much performance in a more portable laptop, but maybe not with as good a display. So those are kind of my thoughts on the Neo 16 that I reviewed. Would you recommend the Lenovo Slim 7i? Alison Bale asked. So I have not reviewed the Slim 7i. I've reviewed the Slim 5. I've reviewed the Pro 5, the Pro 7i, the Legion 9i. Slim 7i is one that I hope to review sometime soon. But from everything that I can tell about the laptop, it looks quite nice. So I just on pure paper specs, it looks very good. And I can recommend it if you can find it on sale, most likely. That's the main thing. LSP says, most 2023 games are broken or poorly optimized. There's a lot of broken and poorly optimized games in 2023. I would agree, especially when combined with only 8 gigs of VRAM. It's kind of like a extra kind of like break your knee on certain games because you only have 8 gigs of VRAM. It's like you're crippled already out the gate. And then, of course, it's poorly optimized on top of that. So, yeah, in general, I do recommend the 4080 if you're going to go for QHD gaming. But you don't have to if you're willing to optimize your games. So, hey, can I ask, is it still worth to buy the Legion 5 2022 edition? Oh, sure. But it all comes down to pricing, right? If you're going to buy a Legion 5 with, say, a 3070 or a 3070 Ti or something like that, then what you really want to pay is like less than $1,000 probably for a 3070 Ti with a QHD 240 hertz display. Yeah, right around $900 or $1,000 would be a good price for that. But if the thing is you're not getting frame gen. So that's the trade-off. So that's why I would say probably 900 to 1,000 would be the most I would pay. Without budget consideration, Legion Pro 7i 2023, buy or wait. Just wait for a good sale. That's the main thing. The 4080 version in the United States would be about under $2,000 is the point where I would say a definite great buy. Because we've seen it go under $2,000 several times throughout the year. And right now I think it's a little bit above $2,000, but it's pretty close. So just wait for it to go a little bit more on sale, and then it's going to be, and I guarantee you by the end of this month, it will be under $2,000 at some point during November, December time period, for sure. So just like, it may not be like the moment to pull the trigger right now, but you'll have an opportunity without a doubt coming up soon. Frame Gen is only available on RTX 4000 series. Yes. But FSR 3, which is going to be a competitor to Frame Gen, will be available for RTX 3000 series whenever it gets its legs under it and it starts coming out for games, which will probably be within the next year or so. So that will help a lot for the RTX 3000 series in the future. But right now it's very limited game support for FSR 3. I think there's only 2 games available for it, and I think it's kind of like a beta mode right now. But I'm sure more games will launch with it within the next 6 months, probably at least a dozen or more. So we'll see. I know Starfield's already said they're working to implement FSR 3 into Starfield, for example. And then that would benefit all the laptops, Radeon, RTX 3000, and older laptops as well. So yeah. Jordan says, I just got my Asus TUF A16 with a Radeon RX 7600S and Ryzen 9 7940HS today. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Definitely a good laptop if you can get it when it's on sale. So, okay. That's it for the live stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm going into hardcore mode for the holidays here. Gonna try to live stream 2 to 3 times every week and release 2 to 3 edits every week as well. So like 5 to 6 pieces of content. That's my goal for the next 4 or 5 weeks. And then I'll take a little Christmas break and then on to CES and all the new laptops for 2024, which I'm excited to check out as well. So yeah. All right. We'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah.